Shit, I forgot to add myself. Hi. I'm losing it. I'm freaking losing it. Yeah. I bet I just had one of those days today. I got somebody here working today and just losing my flipping mind. Yep. I'm just it's almost impossible to even describe to you how I feel at this moment. Um, you know, uh, yeah, just way too much, way too much. Yeah, I want to forget Fridays. It's just eliminate Fridays. As a matter of fact, let's just eliminate Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, and we'll just have a continuation of Saturday, Sunday, uh, all day, every day, for the rest of our lifetimes. Does that seem okay to you guys? The years will pass so quick that way. You know what I'm saying? They'll just pass so quick. You know, it's we'll have 52 sets of is it, 52 sets of Sunday Saturday Sundays, and the hell with the rest of it. You know, maybe we'll catch up to the what year it really is. Yeah, you know. Oh yeah. Okay. All right. Let's get into it. Let's get our day started. Let's see. It's present. I gotta get my hair tied back because every time I turn my head, my hair is pulling. So let me get this stuff all tied up back here, and then we'll go from there. Well, that means you'll be working a lot more, Fred. You'll be making a lot more money. Yeah. What do you think? Yeah. It's yeah. You'll be rolling in the dough. All right, let's do a share screen and make sure we get the audio clipped. Here we go, and let's get our pink. All right, label, and let's kill this camera and the mini cam. And let's get going. All right, Savage Daughters is posting up some from the older millennial. Let's see what he's got to say today. He's always putting out some great content. Very wise individual. Does his research and provides some great content. Here we go.
So the prosecutor in charge of investigating Donald Trump? Yeah, he just admitted in a congressional hearing that they were committing crimes while doing that investigation. And he admitted that by pleading the fifth over and over again. This is a United States District Attorney pleading the fifth, which, if you're unaware, the Fifth Amendment allows you not to answer questions if the answers to those questions would be self-incriminating. And what questions was he asked? Well, the first question he was asked, did you knowingly break any laws while investigating Donald Trump? He pled the fifth. Then they asked, did you knowingly break any laws while working at the Manhattan DA office? He pled the fifth. Then they asked, did you knowingly violate anybody's constitutional rights while working on the Trump investigation? He pled the fifth. They said, did you violate any constitutional rights while working at the Manhattan DA office? He pled the fifth. Then they asked, did you misuse any federal funds while investigating Donald Trump? He pled the fifth. They said, did you misuse any federal funds while working at the Manhattan DA office? He pled the fifth. They asked, did you violate any New York State bar rules while investigating Donald Trump? He pled the fifth. They asked, did you break any New York State bar rules while working at the Manhattan DA office? He pled the fifth. And lastly, they asked him, did you violate any canons of legal ethics while investigating President Trump? And he pled the fifth. He pled the fifth on every question about everything to do with his job, about anything to do with the Trump investigation. And the only reason you wouldn't be able to answer those questions, the only reason you would plead the fifth is to protect against self-incrimination, because that's what the Fifth Amendment's for. It protects you from making statements that would be incriminating to yourself. So we know what the answer to all those questions would have been if he didn't have the Fifth Amendment. Are you paying attention yet?
Yeah, they're all a bunch of crooks. It's that simple. It is that simple. All right, Carla Boone says, oh, how this reeks of desperation.
But I want to say once again how...
All right, so
grateful I am.
This is happening right now. You've got a former president on trial at New York State Supreme Court. You have anti-Semitic protests happening on college campuses all over the country. And Mark Hamill's at the podium at the White House press briefing. All right, I'm not a huge Star Wars fan, so maybe that's exciting for some, but an interesting move on the part of the White House as...
But I want to say once again
how stupid Joe Biden is because he's bringing, yeah. Oh boy. All right. I mean, therefore I am says meet Metro North Karen. What would you do?
Long time and she just can't.
That's why
She's creating a
you can
fuss.
sit anywhere they want.
Right. She's pretty crazy. I love her.
You were actually harassing me. You were touching me without my consent. Do you realize that?
I'm sorry, sweetheart.
And this is up until I decided to sit here. Your feet were in your space. Please, thank you.
I think you should stop betraying from her.
You decided to move your feet and touch me. Get your feet off of me. How fucking dare you? You're 75? You should be fucking ashamed of yourself. You were acting like a child. You.
You're the child. You have the whole train to sit up and you want to sit with me and all.
These are empty seats. There's plenty of space. You did not decide to do this until I sat here. You were the one causing the issue. You decided that you were all high and mighty. You got to sit in your high pedestal. And when I decided to come sit here, you decided to cause the problem. And you were still touching me.
If you continue to sit there, I will. You'll be fine. Look at all the seats right there.
No, I'm not going to move because this is ridiculous. You are the one who was harassing me. You were touching me without my consent. You're touching me. Get the fuck off of me. You're getting your fucking shoes off. Stop it.
Fine.
No. How about that, bitch?
Now you're not nice. Sit there all the way to me. We're fine.
What's the issue? Your feet are still right there. Like my feet here, they're in my space. You're taking up the entire area. This does not belong to you. That seat you paid for does. Not right here. This is where I paid for so I can sit.
We're done. You're fine. Enjoy the ride.
Thank you. You too.
When I put my feet up, I'm going to put them up.
No, the fuck you're not.
It's okay.
And I hope he's got a cop on the train.
I would have taken her shoe off and thrown it all the way to the end of the train. And then when she got up, I would jump in and take her seat. That's what I would have done. Oh yeah. This is this I'm telling you, my day is just like that. It's just like that. Yeah. Kyle Becker says breaking. President Trump has filed a motion for dismissal in classified documents case based on selective and vindictive prosecution. With one exception, there is no record of the Department of Justice prosecuting a former president or vice president for mishandling classified documents from his own administration. The exception is President Trump. The basis of is his politics and status as President Biden's chief political rival. Thus, this case reflects the type of selective and vindictive prosecution that cannot be tolerated. Accordingly, further discovery and a hearing are necessary, and the superseding indictment must be dismissed. Donald Trump's legal team brings up the case of Hillary Clinton's emails. Hillary Clinton and her colleagues deleted 31,830 emails and destroyed data on numerous electronic devices, including after a congressional protective order. Clinton was never prosecuted. Comer hid from the FBI that he had used a private scanner and his personal email account to transmit at least 2 classified documents to his personal attorney. Comey was never prosecuted. Berger stole documents from NARA and cut 3 of them into small pieces, which resulted in NARA having informal Sandy Berger rules. Berger was never prosecuted. Former Vice President Mike Pence was found to have mishandled classified documents, which were discovered at his home in Indiana. Pence was never prosecuted. The Hur report found that our investigation uncovered evidence that President Biden willfully retained and disclosed classified materials after his vice presidency when he was a private citizen. These materials included 1, marked classified documents about military and foreign policy in Afghanistan, and 2, notebooks containing Mr. Biden's handwritten entries about issues of national security and foreign policy implicating sensitive intelligence sources and methods. Biden was never prosecuted due to her subjective belief that no jury would find him guilty, since he appears to be a sympathetic, well-meaning elderly man with poor memory. The director of National Archives Information Security Office Oversight Office told the House Intelligence Committee in March 2023 that NARA had found boxes of classified information in unclassified containers from every administration since the Reagan administration. Donald Trump is the only one to be prosecuted. Yeah. So, yeah. So you remember I played that video for you the other day about this woman complaining about a white couple adopting 2 black children. Well, there appears to be more content in regards to this. People are reacting to this, and I kind of like seeing people do this, because I don't think that it matters what color the child is or what color the parent is. The fact of the matter is if it's somebody who can love the child and raise the child properly and has the means in which to raise the child, they should be able to do so. If the child accepts them as their parents, then that's great. And in most cases, the children and the parents meet long before the adoption actually goes through. They spend quality time together. They get to know each other. They find out and learn about each other. They find out whether or not they're compatible. There's an extensive process in this. It's not just a little thing. It is a big thing. Unfortunately, in the Child Protective Services and Department of Children and Youth Services, whatever you want to call it, CPS, all that other crap, okay, they don't do that. They don't allow a foster parent and a foster child to meet to find out whether they're compatible. They just throw the child into the household and they don't care. The parent doesn't care because they're getting paid to take care of the child. DCS doesn't care, or CPS doesn't care, because they're getting paid. Because in order to put a child into as a ward of the state, in most cases, then any Social Security benefits or anything like that are all signed over to the Department of Children and Youth Services, or CPS, whichever you want to call it. Okay. So as a child, when I was turned over as a ward of the state, okay, I was supposed to be getting death benefits from my father's Social Security. And I should have received those up until the time that I would be 21 years old. Unfortunately, the foster parents received $199 a month to take care of me. And the remainder of that stayed in the hands of the Department of Children and Youth Services of Connecticut or of Utah, depending on which state I was in. So when I was out of a foster home from the age of 14 to the age of 21, DCYS continued to collect all that money and never turned any of it over to me. So basically, they stole what should have been used for me to be able to provide for myself upon emancipation. But that didn't happen. So, but in this case here, these 2 children were adopted by a white couple. And it appears that everybody's happy because everybody's smiling, and yeah, let's take a listen to the reactions of these other people who are watching this woman whine about why white people are adopting black people.
My reaction.
White people adopt black children.
I got a question. Why are there so many black children that need to be adopted?
Yo! Oh my God!
Holy shit!
Hey, short, I'm gonna keep it a stack with you. I don't know what your plan was. I don't know where you were going with that shit.
Yo.
Yeah, but I'm gonna need you to tap out. Tap out. It's time to go. Pack it up. Pack it up, shorty. Nah, that man cooked us. That man cooked us as a collective.
Yeah.
We got deep fried in this bitch. That was an all-time generational comeback. Good grief. And see, the thing is, y'all not gonna answer. Bro, cooking us and nobody got to come back. No one's gonna say nothing. Wow. Bro, this man cooking us like Jive Turkey, and I went through that comment section. Ain't no one get a response. Somebody do something.
Why are there so many black children that need
Oh shit! And my mic's off. I didn't know my mic was off. It's it was just. I mean, think about it. How simple it was. His response. Okay.
Adopt black children.
I got a question. Why are there so many black children that need to be adopted?
I mean, it's like, look at their faces. Look at their faces. And the thing is they know that the dude's right. You don't see these people stepping up and doing the right thing for their own community. You know what I mean? And it's crazy. It's crazy. All right, let's keep going. George says, a new pro-Trump organization called the New Gen 47 has been launched. According to the Gateway Pundit, the PAC will work overtime to promote Trump through pop culture and concerts. Rapper Waka Flocka, what a name, will hold a performance in Miami on Trump's birthday and Flag Day. Let's see what this is about. Oh, God, I hope this doesn't hurt us.
They don't like to see you winning. They want to see you in a penitentiary.
Indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Trump this year? Of course. We had Donald Trump for like 20 years. Like
long way until November. We got more questions.
You got more questions, but I tell you, if you have a problem figuring out whether you're for me or Trump, then you ain't black. And you ain't black. And you ain't black.
Well, when you're talking about reaching out to minority communities, these are the people oftentimes who have been hardest hit by some of the bad policies of Joe Biden. We think it's very important to be engaged in every community in this country. In fact, I think you're going to see Donald Trump hitting Detroit, Chicago, Atlanta, New York City. These are areas where people just want to see somebody come in and talk to them and hear about what they need and what their experience is right now. I can guarantee you're going to see him there.
So I don't care what the media tells you, Mr. Trump. We support you.
Okay,
4 p.m. We do 4 p.m.
Come here, let me give you a hug.
Please
do. Thank you, Sheena. That's really nice.
We have this notion that somehow if you're poor, you cannot do it. Poor kids are just as bright and just as talented as white kids.
What else do we know about this population, 18 through 24? They are stupid.
I love you, Trump. I love you, Trump. We love 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 Trump.
everyone's life will improve with Donald Trump as president.
What does that look like?
Well, in an inverse fashion, look at where we are right now in this country. Look at how much harder life is for people, whether it's high gas prices, whether it's inflation, whether it's the open southern border that impacts every state in this country, not just border states. Everybody is feeling the negative impacts of it.
Like getting rid of Trump is the worst thing America could have did. You hear me?
News 47. That's what they're calling it. Could be interesting. I'd like to see how the dynamic turns out. You know, you never know. All right. Lisa says, this is a teachable moment. This video is hilarious. She says she can say anything she wants to say. Go ahead and talk some smack to this man. He's pressing charges because she damaged his flag, but now she wants him to find it in his heart to not press charges because she's a student. Too bad. So sad. These students think that they can do anything they want to do, and it's supposed to be okay. It's not so funny now that he's pressing charges. Personally, I think it's hilarious, and more people need to do the same thing. Let's take a watch. Here we go.
Okay, are you gonna post this on Facebook, you weird?
Come on.
I'll have to say whatever the fuck I want.
Did you damage his sign?
Do I have it on video?
No,
I can see that you guys have it on video. So what's gonna happen? With all respect.
So here's the damage. So are we pressing?
Yes, yes.
Are you
Destruction of private property. Yep. After good behavior, 6 months in community service, the judge will drop it.
I am a full-time student. I'm coming back here in the summertime.
Nope. Next time you'll think not to do it.
Dude, like you can't find any like peace in your heart and understanding.
I will let.
This is insane.
No, what was insane is what you did for no reason.
What's insane is that your friend is in a bunny suit and you're
Okay.
outside of a liberal arts school inciting you.
I'm on a public street and a public sidewalk on a public street.
I don't understand this.
This is probably the third or fourth flag that's been damaged.
Damper in my studies and my future, though. Don't you think it kind of gets in the way of like me growing and becoming as an individual?
Teachable moment.
What is a teachable moment?
Yes.
Right now.
What about your president that's literally getting indicted right now? What about that?
Oh, for what? The false charges? I'll tell you something. I live in Delaware.
I don't want to listen.
Oh, yes.
Okay.
I don't want to listen because I'm about to be corrected. It's enough. I'm probably going to go to jail. And, she fell on her ass. Yeah, that was, she backed herself literally onto a fern bush there. Yeah. And you know, this image, you know, I've seen this off and on for like the last 4 years, and you know, this is so true. Funny how this works, hey? You know, Feinstein, 60 years in government, Schumer, 45 years in government, Maxine Waters, 47 years in government, Patrick Leahy, 54 years in government, Joe Biden, 51 years in government, Nancy Pelosi, 33 years in government, all blame Trump. 3 years in government for the problems they haven't solved for decades. And it's the absolute truth. Now, okay, so outside the matrix, aka crash, says receipts. Okay, let's take a listen. Mike has the receipts. You know, well, this is the thing is I haven't seen any receipts yet. I hear a lot of talk, but I'm not seeing any receipts yet. I'd like to see some.
In fact, U.S. Attorney Durham, I told you the investigation and the evidence he had was of money laundering, but it was also the corruption of the FBI, the IRS, the CIA. What they did was they've taken U.S. Attorney Durham's investigation and they had given it to a gentleman in Texas, the U.S. Attorney. The U.S. Attorney, again, remember, is who prosecutes for the FBI. I remind you that I told you about the corruption in the FBI at the very highest levels, right to the U.S. Attorney Lullen, who is the most powerful U.S. attorney in this country. Well, the president, Attorney General Barr, and U.S. Attorney Durham gave this case to be called unmasked. Oh, and let me have you understand who U.S. Attorney Durham is. Do you know what he was doing before the Russian investigation? He was investigating the Boston FBI for organized crime connections. Guess what? I found the organized crime. I delivered it to the FBI to find out that they're part of the organization. So to pick Durham to investigate the Russian investigation, he knew the corruption and organized crime in the Boston FBI. That's Lullen. Those are the people who have my information. And lastly, remember I told you about money laundering? Guess what? The FBI, the same corrupt Boston FBI, picked up in New Hampshire. Maxwell, you know, Epstein's girlfriend, the masterminds of what? Money laundering. Why they were in New Hampshire? Shaheen's protection. Why they get snatched up by that corrupt FBI? Because they're afraid they're going to rat them out. Guess what? Have you heard anything from Maxwell? What did we hear from Epstein? Right? They're holding them. They are the money laundering. And that's why Epstein had to die. And that's why Maxwell was in New Hampshire. And who I found she was working with is the Shaheen. She's in New Hampshire because we're the laundering center.
Okay. Again, I don't see any receipts. I hear corroborating statements, but I don't see receipts. And until I see receipts, I can't verify or deny. I cannot confirm or deny whether he's legit or not. Okay. I can't. I just can't go there. I won't go there until I see it all in front of me. You know, even Q said sometimes you got to show the people. Well, this is one of those times that you need to show the people. Verify this stuff. You know, TG, you can stand with Flynn all you want. Okay. I don't trust him. And I have good reason not to. All right. Colin Rugg says, Justin, Sunrise Autism Center employee charged with assaulting a 3-year-old boy during her first shift where she will be allowed to be unsupervised. 25-year-old Ariana Williams was recorded assaulting a child in Minneapolis. Williams defended herself, saying that she was just having a really bad start to the week in a text message to a coworker. The mother says her son was diagnosed with autism just 1 year before and said she cried when she saw the footage. Williams was charged with malicious punishment of a child. Disgusting. Yep. She should be going to jail. But with all the liberal prosecutors that we have out there, probably not. You know. So, all right. Libs of TikTok. Unreal School District in Illinois. What is this? I can't even say it. Whatever this is. Aptakisik Trip School District 102 serving learners in grades pre-K through 8 in Buffalo Grove, Illinois, is offering students extra points if they attend a pride parade. The school social worker is a founder of the city's pride parade and is arranging for students to attend. This is how desperate they are to groom your kids. With LGBTQ ideology. That looks like a dude. That doesn't look like a woman to me. That looks like a dude. Yeah. Contact Miss Lewis for more information now. Yeah, I think not. All right. Okay. 7 realms of the universe. UFOs are actually spiritual submarines. This guy is out there sometimes. I mean, really out there, but let's go ahead. Let's take a listen.
Hey, friends. So this document changed my perception of what UFOs actually are and where they're coming from. And I want to go over a few bullet points real quick, and then I'll get into what I think about all this. So this document's from 1947, and it was declassified by the FBI. So let's just hit a few of these points real quick. So in the document, they say, they're talking about the flying saucers. They say, part of the disc carry crews, others are under remote control. Their mission is peaceful. The visitors contemplate settling on this plane. These visitors are human-like, but much larger in size. They are not excarnate Earth people, but come from their own world. They do not come from any planet, as we would use the word, but from etheric planet, which interpenetrates with our own and is not perceptible to us. We're almost done. The bodies of the visitors and the craft also automatically materialize on entering the vibratory rate of our dense matter. We won't get into that. That's about their laser beams, kind of scary stuff. But it says the region from which they come is not the astral plane, but corresponds to the locus or talus. Students of esoteric matters will understand these terms, locus and talus. So that's what I want to talk about now. So locus and talus is from ancient Hinduism and also theosophy. And what it talks about is the 7 realms of the universe. So they split the universe into 7 realms, and each realm they're like bipolarized, right? So they have different polarities. So you have a kind of like a material and a spiritual realm. So the locus is the spiritual realm and the talus is the material realm, right? So there's 7 levels to the universe. Okay, this is where it gets super interesting because they're kind of nestled. There's a hierarchy. So we're at the bottom level, right? So we're right here, and we can't really see or interact with anything outside of our level. But outside of our globe is what they call it, our world, we're at the densest, bottom, most material world. Outside of that, it's wrapped in these 6 other bubbles. Okay, and when you go up, so say the bubble right above us, right? That talus, they can interact with us and everyone in their world. Okay, and then you go up a notch, they can interact with everything below them, right? Then you go up and up and up. And as you go up, you get less dense, more into a light being. And then each one of these can descend to the level below it and the level below that and interact with those worlds if they want to, right? So this led me to remembering what Tom DeLonge said one time. He had a classified briefing, and he said that the way he was described what a UFO was is not a flying disc, but a submerging craft. So meaning that the same way we get into a submarine, right? So for us to go into the sea, we have to become more dense, okay? Because we have to sink into the sea. So a submarine actually has these like containers that fill up, these compartments that fill up with water. When they fill up with water, it makes the submarine more dense and it sinks. Now for the submarine to come up, it lets that water out and then it floats up, okay? So that's how a submarine goes down into the sea. It doesn't swim down, it doesn't propel down, it sinks, it submerges. That's why it's called submarine, submerge, okay? So these UFOs, these crafts. So imagine we're here, this is our globe, and then there's a etheric realm around us. And now they have access to everything in their realm and everything below it, see? So if they want to go down, they have to become more dense. They have to sink, right? So these crafts, these Tic Tacs and these discs and these triangles and all these different crafts that we see, they're not flying here. It's not like they're coming from some other planet in the universe and flying here physically. That's not the way things work when you get to this level of consciousness. So each of these realms above us is stacked on top of us. So they're not flying here from somewhere else. They are physically here. They're stacked on top of us. They just have to lower their density and sink into our realm. Does that make sense? It's crazy, huh? If you think about it. So we're all trying to like reverse engineer their propulsion system and trying to figure out like, how do they fly? What's their energy source? This kind of stuff. It's going to be more like a Merkaba, right? A Merkaba is like, or Merkaba, however you say it, is basically 2 tetrahedrons, 2 pyramids, right? So you have one pyramid going this way and one pyramid coming down this way. They spin around in opposite directions. And I actually have a meditation. I'll do another video on a Merkaba meditation, which you can actually create this vehicle around your astral body so that you can safely travel through the astral realms in different dimensions. It's amazing. Now, this is how I believe these beings in these higher astral, these higher dimensions, right? These other Talas, how they come down in our worlds. They create these Merkabas. They have to have like a ship. They have to have some sort of a craft like the same way we go into the ocean. Like we can swim, we can just dive into the ocean and swim, but eventually it would get too dense and it would crush us. So we get into a submarine, and the submarine safely carries us down into the ocean. That's how these beings are safely submerging themselves into our density here. So we're in the lowest density. Now, a real quick summary of what the Hindus and Theosophy says about what this progression is that basically we start at the top and we're just pure light, right? We're the absolute source consciousness. And each level that we go down, we descend down and we gain more materialistic stuff. We get more dense, we get more of a body, we get more belongings, we get more possessions, we get more things, and we kind of fall down the ranks. And when you get to the very lowest part where we're at now, the job is to ascend. That's why they call it ascension. You have to ascend back up through the 7 ranks till you reunite with source in the absolute at the top. And then that's your loop. That's your progression. That's what we're doing here. You have to turn completely material, and then you have to go back the other way. That way you've learned everything. You've experienced everything. You've seen it from every single density, every level. You saw it on the way in and you saw it on the way out. On the way out, I would assume you're more appreciative and grateful and understanding of everything because you're seeing it from both sides. Anyways, so knowing that, there are these realms where these like layers of an onion basically that go out, these 7 layers, they can be described as a higher level of consciousness, but they're also physical, for lack of better words, places where beings live. So in each of these realms, there are beings that live there. In each realm, each one up the peg is going to have different beings because they're a completely different density, a completely different like kind of phase of existence and consciousness. So, and then they're going to have different craft because they're just completely different. Each world is completely different, but they're stacked like those Russian dolls, you know? So as these different beings in these different realms, these different, you know, telos and logos, as they are like descending, I guess you would say, submerging into the levels below them, they have to use a Merkaba craft, and their crafts are going to be different. And that's why we're seeing so many different kinds of crafts in the sky, so many different kinds of beings. You know, some are glowing light, some are childlike, some are more robotic, some are more organic, some are more fluid, some are more ethereal, some are more physical, right? And then the crafts are different, you know, some are more organic, some are just light, you know, Merkaba, some are plasma. They're all sorts of different things because they're coming from these different realms. But what I think is the most fascinating is this paper that was declassified by the FBI talks about this. They talk about these flying saucers. This is from 1947, right after Roswell. This was this paper that was classified, and they're saying, hey, these aren't crafts coming from other planets. These aren't aliens coming from other worlds. They're literally submerging, they're dropping, they're sinking from the densities above us. And this is all told in the Hindu teachings and theosophy. It's really wild stuff, and it makes a lot of sense if you think about it. They're submarines. They're etheric, spiritual submarines. It's a way to increase your density, because we're at the densest part here. So they can increase their density and sink through the different dimensions to get to us, right? And then they're like, and then they zip on out of here, right? That's why they just kind of appear and disappear like that, right? The same way we do in submarines. I'm sure there's sometimes like sharks and whales and fish and stuff. They're like, what the fuck is that? You know, they see a submarine. Think about a submarine. It's a tic-tac underwater. What do we see in the skies? Tic-tacs. They're submarines. Astral freaking submarines. What do y'all think about that? Have a beautiful day. Peace.
Like I told you, if we were to go outside of the firmament, what would we need? Okay. The Creator separated the waters from above and the waters from below. The only way that we could go into the outside of the firmament area is if we were in a flipping submarine. We all live in a yellow submarine. Think about that song. Yeah, think about that song. We all live in a yellow submarine. The sun is yellow. Right? Yeah. All right. Warning to farmers here. The attack on the American farming industry continues, making used equipment so expensive, no one can afford it.
What'd I tell you? I told you it'd be crazy. I missed the mark. This is batshit nuts. $275,000 for this 4055 and a lot of other crazy listings. Check these out. Just to catch you up to speed, this is Wilkinson auction. It was held today in or around Berlin, Wisconsin. Like I said, 22 actual hour 4055 for $275,000. Nice, basically no mile Peterbilt 225. 7510 with 13 hours 192. And this 4055 with 2200 hours 160,000. Tons of other cool stuff. Go check it out at Equipment Facts or Proxy Bid. The Sexy Kenworth, that was probably the best deal out of any of the show-worthy pieces, 70,000, and a pretty good sale for a gauge on more regular equipment listings also. Do you have any auctions like this one that have cool show pieces or just good solid farm equipment? Send them my way, and I'll maybe do some auction results if there's some telling things. Also, if you're looking for any equipment in particular, reach out. I'll help you best I can. And I'll also list for anybody that's got good quality, used, good value farm equipment for sale. Thanks for watching.
Yeah. So basically what he's saying is these people are robbing the people blind, robbing them blind right now. Yep. All right. So you remember that black guy that I showed you a video of the other day? Okay. I think it was actually yesterday, where he was walking around on the campus and with his daughter, and he was harassed by people. Well, he's back again. He went back for another round. Let's see where he goes.
Sorry, I didn't hear you. Can you repeat that?
You're not allowed to film it.
By what statute? By what California statute? The First Amendment?
By the rules of the encampment.
Okay, so who's making those and enforcing those?
The SJP.
SJP is telling me what I can and can't do.
On Instagram. Well, in the encampment.
Huh?
To be in the encampment, you have to follow
So you guys purchased this land from UCLA? No, Lydia, get over here right now. You purchased this land from UCLA? Lydia, you hear what I just said? You need to stay next to me, because these punk ass security guards is in my face.
No, right here.
Oh, this way?
No, this way.
Oh, come on, Lydia, get over here.
This way.
Get over here, Lydia.
Can you please just head this way?
No, I'd rather head this way.
So you're causing commotion. We're trying to keep it peaceful.
Sorry,
in here.
I'd rather head this way. Thanks.
We're trying to keep it peaceful here.
So am I. I'm a very peaceful person.
Can you please just...
No, I'd rather head this way.
You're not following everyone.
Right, I'm not going to follow anything you're saying, bro. I don't even know you. You didn't even introduce yourself to me. You're wearing sunglasses and a mask. Yeah. You look like you're about to go rob a bank, bro. I don't have to listen to nothing you're saying, bro. Look like you're about to look like you're about to hand a note to a bank teller and tell him, "Give me all the money."
I'm gonna have to ask you to leave.
And I'm gonna have to answer and say, "No, I don't have to wait." You're gonna wait for a lead and do what mommy says. Okay? You're gonna do what she told you to do because you're a good soldier. So follow orders. You know what I'm saying? And do what you were told. Because we're over here documenting right now.
He just totally got that cleavage shot, didn't he?
FJP. The only JP I know is JP from Milwaukee. You know what I'm saying? JP from Milwaukee. That's about it. I know JP from Milwaukee. That's about it. Listen to your mommy. She said mask on. Mask up, kids. Mommy says put mask on. It's mask
Hey
time.
guys, make sure your masks are on. There's someone filming.
It's an emergency. Masks on immediately. Mask up. Emergency.
Thank you guys.
Thank you for cooperating with SJP orders. They're recording. Mask on. You gotta hide this stuff that we're doing, bro. Y'all is not the gang. Y'all not the cartel. Y'all ain't hiding nothing, bro. Y'all act like y'all making fentanyl over here or something. Y'all ain't doing nothing, bro. Come on, Lydia. Come on, Lydia. Oh man, this is a real top secret operation you guys got going on, huh? So why'd you guys let me in? I'm confused. Why'd you guys let me in? Exactly. How did I get in here? Can you explain how I got in here, sir? That's crazy. How did I get in here? I think bro, I thought this was isn't this Powell Library? I thought this was Powell Library, bro. I was trying to go to class. I didn't realize this was an SJP takeover, bro. Man, just I'm in the wrong door. What's up? Okay, let's see what these guys like to read. Yeah, oh, that's actually a classic right there. Afro-American folk.
You're from Orion's, yeah?
Yes, I am. I'm a friend of a lot of people. Matthew,
Yeah,
Ethan, you know what I'm saying? I'm a friend of a lot of people.
So I'm sure you recall, but we're asking folks to avoid filming these meetings.
Now, do you know what a First Amendment auditor is? Because that's what I am.
Okay,
you know
that's
what
great.
You know what First Amendment auditors do?
Do you understand that our students here are facing risk?
All right, but let me ask you a question. Do you get this? Just please, I'm being polite with you. Please be polite with me. Do you understand what a First Amendment auditor does?
I understand.
So can you explain what a First Amendment auditor does?
You audit if people are observing the First Amendment.
Right, and you do understand that the First Amendment requires that I'm allowed to film with my camera on public property.
So the First Amendment does not require that because it was written before the invention of film or cameras.
Man.
What I'm asking you,
well, you know how it's enforced by the Supreme Court. You know the enforcement of the First Amendment by the Supreme Court. Yes, Ethan.
I'm asking that you just respect people here. We are asking to avoid filming. Okay, we need to keep our people safe.
How is my filming making you unsafe? I don't understand the correlation.
There's bad actors who are looking to identify people and harm them for their participation here.
You're talking about bad actors. I'm not
bad actors.
Who Shia LaBeouf? He's a bad actor. I'm not even an actor, bro.
My friend, you understand what I mean, right?
No, I don't understand what you mean, bro.
People are here looking for students to document. You get it? So I really appreciate it.
How would someone dox?
Listen. I've been doxed already. Lots of our friends have been doxed with a real
Think
security.
about what you're saying. You know what the word doxing means? To leak them personal information. How would my camera get your personal information?
People take your face and they identify the person.
Who would do that with me? I don't even have the phone.
So what I'm asking is that you help me out here, okay? I'm happy to talk to you.
Look.
Yep. So, I think he's doing good work. I think he's making valid points in there. You know what I'm saying? And I think that's cool. All right. D-Mind Boomasan. You guys remember I played a video of his last week in regards to exposing Derek Johnson. He says, the great thing about this is that Rattletrap 1776 followers are now turning on Flynn. Psyopers eating psyopers. Who wants to tell Derek's bobblehead followers that Derek Johnson is a fake patriot too? Oh, that's right. I do. And he actually made a video on here. But outside the Matrix, a.k.a. a.k.a. Crash, I'll just call her Crash from now on, okay? At General Flynn, there's a lot of nut jobs out there who think Trump is still in charge. Those are people that are either crazy or flat out infiltrators who are trying to divide the movement. The bobbleheads didn't bobble so much to that comment. And 27-minute mark, bad audio, but let's listen.
But yeah, so there's a lot of nut jobs too that go, Flynn's this, Flynn's that. They're so full of shit. Do you think that I would want to take my family through all of this craziness? Like people talk about Trump like that too, like Trump's still in charge. Those are people that are either crazy or they're just flat out infiltrators trying to divide the movement, so to speak, right? The movement of American patriots who really do want to keep this country on the rails. But right now we're off the rails. So people that do that, they do that for all the wrong reasons. But yeah, so there's a lot of.
Yeah, I still don't trust Flynn whatsoever. He hasn't done anything to show me that he's trustworthy. He has made major bank off of all of this that's going on. Major bank. The guy's making thousands of dollars. I should say probably closer to millions of dollars. And you're not supposed to profit off of this. Not supposed to profit off of it. But guess what? He's profiting off of it. Yep. Yeah. Race baiter Joy Reid agrees that radicalized college students and facilities promoting death to America should be exempt from heavy policing. Yeah, therefore I am, says, because righteous causes don't necessitate extensive violent police intervention. Oh, but Joy Reid sings a different tune. Let's see what she's got to say. And here's another one I don't trust, and I actually hope to watch her downfall live on national TV. Yep.
And another thing, if you have to violently squelch 20-somethings and philosophy and economics professors
Oh, you mean gender studies?
using maximalist police power, you might not be coming at this from the right side of history. Something to think about.
Yeah.
Usually righteous causes don't require massive violent police action to support them.
Yeah. Well, it also doesn't call for them taking over buildings and just destruction of private property, destruction of public property, the desecration of the American flag, the physical abuse done to Jewish and non-Jewish students that just aren't participating in your game. Yeah, it's I will enjoy her downfall. I will enjoy it completely. Yeah. So, I am yes. You are no. Okay, that's pretty good. This is pure evil. I remember the outrage and protest when this happened. Me neither. Daily Mail says, I'm sick of this little bitch. Daycare worker admits killing 8-month-old girl by suffocating her with a blanket after complaining she wouldn't sleep as CCTV shows dying student thrashing. Thrashing legs to escape. Yep. Sick people. All right. Well, speaking of teachers that stick their nose into the political realm and mislead our children in schools to do stupid things, Paul A. Zapula, I probably just messed up his name, and it seems kind of weird that his @ would be @ Bubble Bath Girl. Okay, it's kind of strange. All right, Dartmouth history professor Annalise Orlick presses her luck one too many times with police and finds out these are the extremists teaching your kids.
She's a threat to our safety.
Yeah, he is actually a threat to your safety, teaching you all the wrong things. Yep. Kyle Becker says, breaking House Oversight Committee votes for citizenship question to be added to the census. The Equal Representation Act passed on straight party line, vote 22-20. Every Democrat congressman opposed because the party stands to lose control of the House districts due to the unconstitutional representation of illegal aliens. A House floor vote on the citizenship question will be held next week. We'll see what happens with that. Marjorie Taylor Greene. Is Mike Johnson going to make a deal with House Democrats to save the very speakership House Republicans gave him? Now we know if he remains speaker with their help, he's fully compromised. Are my Republican colleagues going to allow this? He's not our speaker. Yeah, I agree. He's not. All right. Sir Oliver Pollock always puts out great content. Always. We are watching a replay of 2020. The summer of love has turned into the spring of caring and has moved onto college campuses. Same players, same puppet masters. Soros is targeted. Only this time we have new eyes to see what took place in 2020. Now we just need the results. The results which have been analyzed with a fine-tooth comb by the Supreme Court of the United States. It will be seen before November 5th. We will have justice. Trump won, and everybody knows it. Yep. All right. Here we go. Concerned Citizen says, today's bizarre aerial phenomenon is brought to you from Japan. Japan. This is recorded in Japan. What do you think is that? Oh, lightning. Strange. Yeah. Okay, Wall Street Silver. You want to know how you can tell everybody is going poor right now? Look, $10, $10. Show more. Yeah, here we go.
You want to know how you can tell everybody going through it right now? Look, $10. $10. What does this one say? $20. $10. Look, what else we got? $15. Who else? $19. Hold on. Oh, we got somebody rich right here. 43. What else? What we got over here? $10. Boy, $25. Boy, it's real out here, boy. Boy, folks out here struggling, man. Nobody want to say nothing, but shit. Yeah, boy, I see it though. 32. It's real. You want to?
Yeah, people can't afford to get gas. You know, I sent somebody down yesterday with the money that I had left to get gas, and we thought that the gas price was at one level. I sent him with $130. He left with 10 cans. Normally, that fills up at least 8 or 9 of them, and he came back with 4.5. 4.5 cans. Yeah. Not cool at all. Yeah. Real Robert says, and here is the results of your overthrown government. GA plus 96,000 mail-in ballots cast, but no record of ever being returned. Let's go ahead and listen. Here we go.
So we went and we did the same kind of look at in Georgia. And what we found was very interesting because we found over 200,000 mail-in ballots that when we looked at the voter record had supposedly never been returned. And yet they were voting. Now, about half of those ultimately got purged, but about 96,000 of those were never marked returned, and yet they were voted. And we have seen that in other areas of the country because it's very easy in the Dominion system to assign a person to a mail-in ballot inside the system itself. And
sir,
that's one possible explanation.
May I just interrupt with one question? To assign it that way would, of course, be fraudulent, wouldn't it?
Of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have no idea. You just have a ballot in the adjudication file, for instance, and you decide to vote it, and you assign it to a voter.
How many times, approximately, did you
Well,
find?
there were about 96,000 of those that we found in, I think the exact, 96,600 was the exact number of mail-in ballots that were voted, but were never actually shown as received back by the county.
Well, I think, is there anything else you would like to point out? I think that's pretty complete.
I think that's pretty much got it.
So there's 96,600 votes that were counted, never received, and assigned somewhere. And these
Yes.
would have to be considered illegal votes, wouldn't they?
Right. And by the way, I would say this was not just mere oversight by one or two counties, because we saw this pretty much across the board. And so this was an across the board problem. And we also saw a couple other interesting things. We noticed that sometimes the ballot was actually shown as being voted before it was received back. There was a receive back date, but it was voted before the county received it back.
How could that be possible?
Well, you'll have to explain that one to me too, because it's not supposed to be that way.
Okay.
We also
Mail-in ballots counted without being observed. Those are the ballots we were talking about that were not observed in Allegheny County and in and in Philadelphia.
Correct.
Is that right? 682,770. Now, this is the part that is a mystery. Mailed ballots sent out, 1,823,148. But when you go to the count of the final count of the vote, there are 2,589,242 mail-in ballots. What happened? How do you account for the 700,000 mail-in ballots that appeared from nowhere?
So our cyber team uses white hat hacking techniques. They gather a lot of publicly available information, and that information was from the Secretary of State's website. That website has been updated as late as 11/16 this morning with provisional and mail-in ballots. So those numbers are still changing. They changed last night, so it's a continual target.
This is 22 days after the election.
That number, the 2.5 million number is no longer on the website.
It's just been taken off?
It's not there anymore.
Is there any explanation for why it's been taken off?
There was no annotations.
Formed of evidence from the 2020 election about the drop boxes that Maricopa, for example, Maricopa County said that they had over 923,000 ballots that were dropped off of the drop boxes. However, documentation can only account for 189,167 ballots, which means that there's a deficit of 733,000 ballots. That's right. Over 733,000 ballots are unaccounted for. So what have we learned? We learned that the big lie is that this was a secure election. I'm sorry, it was not a safe and secure election. We have so many problems with our process that need to be followed through, and laws need to be adhered to and complied with. All of this evidence has been turned over to the Attorney General. Oh, and by the way, every Democrat voted no in committee. Formed of evidence from the 2020 election about the drop boxes.
The time you left,
Yes.
how many co-workers did you have when you were backdating the documents?
You mean at the election headquarters?
Yes, at the original place that you worked.
Okay. After I think about around September 15th or so, they started the second shift. Until then, it was only from 9 to 4, one shift. Then they started another shift from 5 to 11. So 2 shifts. So I would say, if you add all of them, let me see. I would say around 80.
About 80
Yeah.
workers.
Yes.
And to your knowledge, were they all instructed exactly like you were?
Yes.
To falsify
When they
the
were
document?
Yeah, when they were preparing the ballots to be sent, the ballot package.
So the ballot package had a false date on it when it was sent out, deliberately.
I mean, what basically is that date that you put on that ballot package, that will be entered to QEF as the ballot mailing date. And that's what it is.
And then the law requires, doesn't it? So starting on the 20th of September,
22nd.
22nd?
Yes.
22nd of September.
Yes.
For some days thereafter.
Yes.
Each day you were given a different date.
Yes.
In order to backdate.
Yeah. Yes.
The application. Is that
Yes.
right?
Yes.
And it was a different date each day?
Sometimes you use the same date, maybe consecutive days, maybe you will use the same date, but it was different.
But it was never the correct date.
It never be the same day, the day you are preparing the package.
In other words, it was a false statement.
Yeah, it was a date prior to that date that you are preparing
Who told you to do that?
Whoever was the supervisor on the floor that day.
Was it one supervisor or more than one supervisor who told you to backdate it every day?
There were more than one supervisor, not just one, more than one.
So during the period of time you were there doing it, which you estimated was about 10 days.
Yes.
Would you say that about 100,000 false documents were created?
Yeah, from September 22nd till, I would say, till September 30th. Yeah, about 10 days. I mean, I was there till October 2nd.
And you estimated, when we went over this, about 10,000 a day.
Yeah,
10 days.
anywhere between 10,000 to 15,000. Yeah, sometimes we will be able to complete. Yeah, I even remember 14,000 packages. Sometimes it's 12,000. So you can just, to be on the safe side, you can say 10,000 per day. That's a good number.
And just be.
Wow. Wow. Yep. Corruption. 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 Laura Logan says, this is classic. It has been a great day for seeing the protesters for who they truly are. Pathetic and laughable. Champagne Joshy posted major update from UCLA.
As you know, most of the encampments at UCLA have been torn down. There are still some survivors, and we desperately need humanitarian aid. We need water bottles. We need vegan food. We need gluten-free bagels. We need banana-free bananas, if you have them.
Did he just say banana-free bananas?
Stop it. Stop. We need first aid kits. If anybody has enriched uranium, that would be super helpful. Or weapons-grade plutonium. If you have a free-range rocket launcher, we need a rocket launcher. If anybody has those old SS uniforms from the 40s, we need those. We need wheelchair-accessible paragliders for some of our disabled comrades. Oh, guard towers. We need guard towers. If anyone's been to Poland and they can get their hands on some guard towers, we are still fighting the good fight on the front lines, not discouraged. I think we're pretty close. We're probably a couple weeks away from freeing Palestine. I need to get back to my ethics class, but I will see you all soon with some more updates from the encampment. As you know,
Okay. he lost me at banana-free banana. It's, you know, it's oh Lord. Oh, speaking of corruption in Georgia, father whose son has been incarcerated 5 years says this about Fannie Willis.
My name is Joel Watley. My last name is Whatley. I'm the father of Casey Watley, who's been incarcerated in Fulton County Jail for 5 years now. And as we're starting to see, there's a pattern of corruption within the district attorney's office. My son, like I say, has been incarcerated 5 years. The attorney he had was a current, a prior district attorney who had worked with Fannie Willis previously. They came back and stated that they found evidence in my son's case after there was no evidence. They came back and said they found evidence and they had found fingerprints. Well, it came to find out in court that that was a lie. They said a second testing had been done and my son's fingerprints were found on the scene, and that was a lie. The attorney, Darrell Korn, tried to get my son to take a 20-year plea deal by falsifying evidence. And as you can see, corruption is just running rampant within Fulton County Jail. It's time for something to be done, man. We got to do something. Y'all allowing these kids to be locked up, knowing that lady is corrupt. She spent the money that was meant to help the kids, and then she RICO'd. She RICO'd all the young people after she spent the money that was meant to help them, to create a safe environment for them not to have to be out here in these gangs. Now let's ask her what she did with that money. It's time to do something to clean up Fulton County. We're not talking about tomorrow. We need to start today. You got over 800 people in that jail who shouldn't be there, haven't been indicted. They won't take them to trial. How is that justice? And you know what the crazy thing is? Fulton County sit back and watch it.
That's a very well articulated, pissed off papa. You know what I'm saying? Yep. All right. So this was this morning, Trump's statement at the Stormy Daniels hush money hoax trial, 5/3/2024. The job numbers. Yep. Let's start there. Here we go.
Okay, thank you very much. They've asked me to speak a little bit about the job numbers, and the job numbers just came out, and they're horrible. And they're very, and I say that not happily, I say that very unhappily. but the numbers are horrible. It's just these people are destroying our country. Here's another sign of it. So as you probably know, before I did, the job numbers came out. They're really, really low, really bad. Our economy's bad, and now it's starting to show. So you'll see, and it'll only get worse. It'll only get worse. We're only going one way with the so-called leadership. There is no leadership, but with the so-called leadership we have in this country. So that's number one. Number two is where we are now. We're in a courthouse instead of being in Georgia. We're in a courthouse instead of being in any one of, I would say, 10 states where I'd like to be right now. We have 10 states. We were already marked down months ago. We were marked down to be in Georgia today, where we're doing very well in the polls, by the way, but that's where we were supposed to be. We're supposed to be in Ohio tomorrow, and we're supposed to be in Florida on the next day doing campaigning, essentially campaigning. So now I have to go through this trial day after day. The trial is, we are winning this trial. If we had a fair trial, if we had a fair judge, I don't think he would have even allowed this trial to take place. Then I would go and read the newspaper stories today, the legal experts, because they've come out with scathing reports on this trial, scathing, that it shouldn't even be taking place. Read Greg Jarrett, read Andrew McCarthy, read Mark Levin, who's been so great, read all of them. That's incredible. Dershowitz came out with a very strong article. Jonathan Turley has been very, very powerful. Just came out with another article. Just read them. I don't know these people for the most part. These are legal experts. And they say this trial is a disgrace. And yesterday, Alvin Bragg sat here all afternoon long, and in the meantime, outside, you have nothing but violence going on. He's the worst DA in the country. He's spending, they must have 20 different DAs and assistant DAs in that room over the last couple of days. Over nothing, over no crime. Everyone said there was no crime. Everything was legal. And they're doing this because it's for politics. They want to get Biden elected. That's the only reason. The judge is highly conflicted. He should not be allowed to be the judge of this case. He's trying to make it as salacious as possible by allowing testimony that has nothing to do with the case. He wants to make it a nice salacious case, try and hurt Trump, but it's having the opposite effect, I think. We'll see, but the poll numbers are higher than they've ever been, and that's the story. But he's trying to make it as salacious. He's allowing things in that have nothing to do with this case, nothing to do with it. And he's allowing things in, but nothing for us. He gives everything to the corrupt DA. We have a corrupt DA who's not doing his job. New York City is a violent city. It's become violent with the cashless bail. I'm the only one who has to put up bail. So I just want to tell you that the case is going fine. We have a corrupt DA. We have a corrupt judge who shouldn't be on this case. And it's a disgrace to America, and it's a disgrace to our court system. And I had two other judges. Engoron's an example. He refused to listen to the appellate division. Judge, it's a cabal going on, by the way. He refused. I won that case. That's the Attorney General case. I won that case. Engoron refused to honor the order of the appellate division, which is essentially his boss. He said, I guess in a crude way, I won't say it, but you know what he gave them? You understand that? He looked at him, he said, I'm not doing this. I'm not doing this. I'm not going to follow the orders. What does he care? He's retiring or something. He's a corrupt judge, another corrupt judge. And then the third judge, you know all about him, Kaplan. That was a disgraceful situation. So this is all New York. It's the people love me, but it's a Democrat deal going on to try and get this corrupt president, this president that's destroying our country. Look at the job numbers today. They were so much lower. Nobody ever thought a thing like this could happen so quickly. But they're trying to get this horrible president, the worst president in the history of our country. They're trying to get him elected with these three judges that I've had in New York. And it's a disgrace. And it's an absolute disgrace.
What's your plan for jobs?
Say it again.
What is your plan to improve jobs?
For jobs?
The job numbers.
What's my plan for jobs, you said?
Yes.
My plan for jobs is to drill, baby, drill, to bring energy down, to close up the border, to get rid of all the criminals that are being allowed into our country. You know, our country is being inundated with criminals from all over the world. The jail populations from all over the world are way down because they're driving them into America. They're dropping them off in the good old USA. And they're taking them out of mental institutions, and they're taking them out of jails from all over the world, not just South America. And all of this is greatly affecting our country and very negatively. Now we're going to make America great again. Thank you very much. No, it won't stop me from testifying. The gag order is not for testifying. The gag order stops me from talking about people and responding when they say things about me. We have people saying things about me and I'm not allowed to respond. So this judge has taken away my constitutional right. And as the Republican candidate and somebody that's leading Biden by a lot, I should be able to respond. But this guy's got me with the gag order. Now we're filing, I think today, a constitutional motion to get this out. We'll be filing a lawsuit on the constitutionality of it. But if somebody says something about me and I'm not allowed to respond, that's never happened before. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. And I would sue them for what was the fine for? $464 million. Yeah, that's what I would sue them for. That exact amount. Yeah. Yeah. Shipwreck says, listen, I don't know who Eddie is or what town he's running for mayor in, but I hope the algorithm God brings me back to this.
If a person sexually assaults a chicken, do you want that person to be a leader in your community? Of course fucking no. Yesterday, I posted this video. So I received my first cease and desist letter today from a politician who posted, vote for me on Facebook. And I remember him. I grew up with him. So I commented, remember when we caught you fucking a chicken? We were like 9 and that video was taken down at 100,000 views, claiming that I'm using drugs, alcohol, or tobacco in the video, which clearly I am not. That's just Eddie, the chicken fucker, wannabe mayor, trying to hide the fucking truth. And Eddie, you're not going to win. That cease and desist letter, I'm going to use it as toilet fucking paper the next time I gotta go, okay? I'm not ceasing or desisting fucking shit. I'm going to repost that video tonight, and hopefully it won't get taken down, and hopefully 1 million fucking people get to see it, because people got to know that I am sure that Eddie is being controlled by someone that knows the truth, okay? And they want him in a position of power so that then they could use him as a puppet. Eddie isn't the actual problem. It's whoever's behind Eddie. But I'm going to stop Eddie so that he can say who's behind him, who's pushing him, who told a chicken fucker, hey, you should be mayor of a town. What the fuck is going on?
Well, I'll never look at chicken the same again. I don't even know if I could eat a chicken now after that. I really don't. Yep. I had a really hard time eating goat after finding out what, yeah, we don't even want to go there. Right. All right. Laura Loomer, watch. According to the Trump campaign senior advisor, Lynn Patton, President Trump is going to bring a complete and total end to the DEI.
What does President Trump plan on doing to address DEI in the federal government?
Well, I think the first thing we would do is say that anybody who accepts, any institution that accepts federal money, whether it's a school, whether it's a nonprofit, whether it's a federal agency, cannot institute DEI policies anymore. In fact, we did something similar already in the federal government when he was in office. We eliminated a lot of that training that was mandatory under the Obama administration in the federal government when it came to diversity sort of training and installing in the federal government. So those requirements were removed under President Trump. I would expect him to institute the same thing in honor of, again, King's dream and vision. This is not at all what he wanted. His family actually backs that. I've talked to them about it. But that would be the first thing, is eliminating federal money to any schools, companies, or charities that enacted this kind of hiring practices of DEI.
Yep, I agree. 100%. All right, moving on. Breaking: Austin City Council just voted to become a sanctuary city for gender-affirming care for minors. Oh, boy.
Hi, my name is Ether Dixon. I live here in Austin's 3rd District, and I experienced extreme gender dysphoria from a young age, leading to me coming out as transgender at 13. I began begging for hormone blockers and testosterone, constantly slept and sometimes showered in unsafe chest binders, started self-harming and cutting body parts that made me look feminine, all before I started seeing a gender therapist as a mid-teen who helped move my family to accept my identity using the phrase, "Do you want a dead daughter or a living son?" After a routine fight and breakdown, I was finally allowed to start cross-sex hormones just after turning 17. One visit later, I rode the high of gender euphoria, finally getting to further the transition I had been working all of my life for. Months into starting T, I was diagnosed with a cardiovascular intolerance, having constant issues with heart regulation and passing out. I continued taking the testosterone, causing constant mood swings and later excruciating joint pain. Still, I believe these drugs were saving my life despite so clearly disabling it. A stray thought, ultimately asking, why am I so distressed in myself and how people perceive me, is what began to unravel my world at 19. I am now 21, still unpacking the trauma that made me want to cut off body parts, dealing with complications of steroid use like vaginal atrophy, extreme joint pain, and discomfort from permanently changing my sex characteristics, all for how I identified and was affirmed in my trauma from a child to adult. The legislation this item is against is not taking away rights or anatomy. It is regulating experimental medicine on children in a non-criminal way. Save every kid from the unnecessary hormone complication and lost body parts. Question why kids and adults are rejecting their sexes, and give these kids the therapeutic supports they need and deserve to love and accept themselves and bodies. Say no to Proposal 64. Thank you.
I don't even know how to take that. I really don't. Yeah. Okay, this is going to be a two-parter. You'll get one part now. You'll get the other part in just a few minutes. But I mean, therefore I am. It says, breaking: students at Princeton are going on a hunger strike until the College Board meets their demands. Let's see how long they will last. And I'll show you what I mean in just a minute.
The Princeton Gaza Solidarity Encampment announces the initiation of a hunger strike in solidarity with the millions of Palestinians in Gaza suffering under the ongoing siege by the State of Israel.
The Israeli occupation has deliberately blocked access to basic necessities to engineer a dire famine for the 2 million residents of Gaza. Since the announcement on October 9th by the Israeli Defense Minister prohibiting the entry of food, fuel, and electricity into the Gaza Strip, Israel has systemically obstructed and limited access to vital aid for Palestinians in Gaza, even intentionally destroying existing cropland. On March 18th, the UN Secretary General declared that, quote, "This is the highest number of people facing catastrophic hunger ever recorded by the Integrated Food Security Classification System," unquote. To make bread, Gazans have been forced to use animal feed as flour. To break their fast in Ramadan, Gazans have been forced to prepare meals of grass. 97% of Gaza's water has been deemed undrinkable since October 2021, and they have been forced to drink dirty salt water to survive.
The consequences of this unprecedented famine, created and maintained by Israel, will devastate Gaza's children for generations to come and cannot be tolerated any longer. We have begun our hunger strike to stand in solidarity with the people of Gaza. We are drawing from the tradition of Palestinian political prisoners going on saltwater-only hunger strikes in Israeli prisons since 1968.
Our hunger strike is a response to the administration's refusal to engage with our demands for dissociation and divestment from Israel. We refuse to be silenced by the university administration's intimidation and repression tactics. We struggle together in solidarity with the people of Palestine. We commit our bodies to their liberation. We will abstain from all food and drink except water until the following demands are met. Meet with students to discuss their demands for disclosure, divestment, and a full academic and cultural boycott of Israel. Grant complete amnesty from all criminal and disciplinary charges for participants of the peaceful sit-in. Reverse all campus bans and evictions of students. The university and the world must recognize that we refuse to be complicit in genocide and will take every necessary action to change this reality. Our hunger strike, though small in comparison to the enduring suffering of the Palestinian people,
symbolizes our unwavering commitment to justice and solidarity.
Okay. Coffee went down the wrong pipe that time. All right. Carly Boone says, now remember that's part one. I'll show you part two in a couple of minutes here when we get to it. All right. President Trump violated gag order again by posting the truth. Let's see. This potential violation occurred after Judge Merchan held Trump in contempt of court. On Thursday night, Trump posted a link to a Rumble clip of Steve Bannon's War Room podcast, in which Trump supporting host Doug Burquam and Andrew Giuliani, the son of Trump co-defendant Rudy Giuliani, commented on Trump's trial and interviewed supporters outside the courthouse. That clip complained about Trump's gag order and about Judge Merchan's daughter, a topic covered by Trump's expanded gag order. In the clip, Bannon falsely claimed the gag order is unconstitutional and asked Giuliani to comment on Merchan's gag order ruling and the warning that Trump could face jail or continued violations. Giuliani noted the fine, stated Trump had to remove the violations, and then lobbed an attack on Judge Merchan's daughter. Andrew, actually, let me go up here and play the video first, just so in case most of this stuff is in it. How come? Dang nabbit. Dang nabbit. Here we go. Okay.
Quickly, tell me about this. The judge I think held Trump in contempt, and I think in court he threatened him with jail time if President Trump continues to bang up against this unconstitutional gag order. Your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, he fined him for 9 times of this, and he made him actually remove this. He's making him remove it from his social media. So talk about violating his First Amendment rights on this. And you got to remember, Steve, going back to all this, the gag order that he is violating, that according to the judge, that Donald Trump is violating, is just pointing out the fact that the judge's daughter has profited to the tune of $90 million. That's right, over $90 million from Adam Schiff, Kamala Harris, and other leftists. Over $30 million from Adam Schiff, over $7 million from Kamala Harris, and over $50 million from other Democrats. And Donald Trump cannot point that out during this political prosecution. That tells you everything you need to know.
$90 million. Do I need to say it again? $90 million. Ridiculous. So, here's the classic. The liberals at Yale hold a hunger strike. So the young Republicans host a barbecue right next to them. You gotta love it.
Teach your children well.
Yep. Oh, I'm sorry. You just can't get no better than that, right? Yeah. All right. Here's a little Scott LeBedo for you. Easy fixing.
While you're scratching your head trying to figure out why this is happening at these universities and across the fucking country, that it's becoming violent now, that they are running and destroying everything, physically assaulting cops, resisting arrest, destroying fucking property, and they are allowed to do it. Now, a lot of them are these outsiders, usual BLM and fucking Antifa jerk-offs that have nothing else to do. They have no lives. But it's also these students, okay, who know better. But unfortunately, they don't listen. I've been protesting for decades, hundreds of protests, dozens of arrests. Every protest that I did was from my heart, and I was never violent, never ever destroyed anybody's property, never ever resisted arrest or even thought about looking at a cop the wrong way when I got arrested. And here we have these young punks because they're lost. See, most of these young kids in these colleges that are protesting violently couldn't pick Gaza out on a fucking map. They are programmed because they have no individualism. They are followers. They are programmed. Okay. Now, the reason that it's become so out of control and violent is here's how you fix it, and here's how we could have prevented it. It's the same exact thing which happening across the cities in our countries here with these violent criminals who split some little old lady's head open with a hammer and go right through the revolving doors of justice in 5 minutes to go out and do it again. It's a joke to them. It's the same thing with these little violent protesters. They are now using that arrest as a reward because they're right out to go back and protest again. There is no punishment or discipline. In 2003, one of my protests at the French consulate on Fifth Avenue in New York City, I just put up a bunch of American flags. I just raised the American flags, and I was arrested. I didn't go in for 5 minutes and come out with a slap on the wrist. I spent the weekend in central booking. If you don't know what that is, folks, they call it the Tombs. They used to call it the Tombs. I don't know what it's like now, but it wasn't pretty. And I shit my little lily white ass. It was not fucking fun. 72 hours rotating from cell to cell with the hardest of criminals. People, this is the problem. And the fix is, if any of this little fucking violent, never had a splinter, mask wearing little spoil rotten, safe place little fucking punks touches a cop or violent to any Jew, innocent Jew, should get a wooden shampoo and spend one night, not even a weekend, in central booking. And watch how quick things change. Oh, they will still protest, but they will be the most peaceful protesters you have ever fucking seen in this country. And that's how you fix the fucker.
Lock them up. Period. Make it easy. You know, Mayor Eric Adams confirms the Columbia University and City College protests were infiltrated by a large majority of people who weren't student and were some were known from terrorist groups. Yeah, well,
there were two operations tonight. One was with CUNY and one was with Columbia University. And once I became aware of the outside agitators who were part of this operation, as Columbia mentioned in their letter and their request with the New York City Police Department, it was clear we had to take appropriate actions. When our intelligence division identified those who were professionals, well-trained, one of them was married to someone that was arrested for terrorism, we knew these children were being exploited and they were in danger and would have been irresponsible not to reply to requests from Columbia University.
Mr. Mayor, when you say that the protests have been co-opted by professional outside agitators, how do you distinguish between those outside agitators and students who are just protesting peacefully? And who is this individual who is connected to a terrorist?
Well, and it's not singular, it's plural, several organizations and groups. I want to be clear on that. We did not take this action lightly. And once the Columbia University team and leadership in their letter acknowledging that outside agitators were on their campus grounds, we looked at our intel and information. I was briefed by the intelligence division, and they were able to identify organizations and individuals who were not students, but were professional agitators. And we realized after the breaking into Hamilton Hall, some of the tactics, some of the methods, these are clearly being used across the globe. And we understood that how really dangerous this situation had become.
Yeah. Isn't it a shame that it's taken all of this to bring you to your peace? Well, Tom Fenton says, good morning. And then he continues with his hand over his heart. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Give me a second while I sit my fat ass back down. All right. Yeah. Because I can't say that sitting down. I just can't. I can't. It just doesn't work that way. You know, Am I going to speak on the response? Okay, so let's talk about the rescheduling of cannabis real quick here. Okay, Joe Biden does not have the authority to change the scheduling of cannabis. He can, in fact, order the FDA to reschedule it. Okay, but he cannot do it himself. Let's be clear about that. The Food and Drug Administration, well, another one of those 3-letter agencies, okay, Joe Biden does not have the authority, even as the fake-ass president that he is, and we know he ain't even the real president. We know that he ain't the real Joe Biden. So, just too many games going on. Only thing that he's trying to do, okay, is garner some votes. That's it. Thinks, well, let's get the pot population in on this. Yeah, if they all vote for me, then he would probably allow it. He would probably allow it. He could do an executive order to force the FDA to go in and do a rescheduling. Okay, that is legitimate. Okay, but for him to do it, it's no, he can't do it. It's got to go through the FDA, unless you abolish the FDA. That would be a course to take as well. This is the thing, is under the understanding of cannabis as a medicine is 100% coherent. Okay. But on the recreational level, personally, okay, and I'm going to say this, okay, and some of you might not like it, okay, but I never approved of recreational use of cannabis. Now, for all different types of medical, anxiety, shit like that, absolutely. And you know what? A majority of the people who smoke cannabis, yeah, they deal with all kinds of stuff like that, pain control, everything else. But the fact of the matter is, on a recreational level, what we are doing is allowing the kids to get in and use this stuff and putting them in a position to be couch locked to video games and a life of dependency on the government to provide for them. And frankly, I don't want my my tax paying dollars to go towards providing for somebody who's sitting on the couch and all they do is sit around and smoke pot all day and do nothing else. They legally, there you go. Rick Pierce just said it. If politicians were doing pot instead of crack, meth, and egos, the country wouldn't be in the shape it's in now. Yeah. Yep. That's yeah, I like that. That's a great statement there, Rick. Thank you very much for posting that. Yeah, and that's another thing. The ATF's got to go. Another 3-letter agency. Alcohol, tobacco, firearms. Yeah, they got to go too. They make up rules as they go along, which is totally unconstitutional. They go everything against the Constitution that they possibly can. And through their control, force the spraying of chemicals onto the tobacco plants and everything else that cause a lot of problems for people. The tobacco by itself was not harmful, but the chemicals that they spray on it, however, is 100%. Yep. So, all right, let's keep moving on. Cat Turd says Democrat Party has destroyed New York City. Yeah, unlimited L's. New suspect accused of randomly punching and breaking a woman's jaw has been released again, even after prosecutors upgraded the assault charge to a felony. Dulce Pichardo, 57, suffered a broken jaw Here we go.
It's a random, unprovoked, vicious attack on a 57-year-old woman in Brooklyn. Watch as the suspect ignores another man walking nearby, then punches the woman in her face, causing her to stumble backwards.
What happened? Why you hitting me? Why you hitting me? I was bleeding a lot. I'm so scared, I'm so afraid.
Dulce Pichardo was on the receiving end of that punch. Her mouth now wired shut, her face fractured in several places, drinking food out of a straw for 6 weeks, permanent damage to her lower lip, 3 teeth knocked out, and she might need surgery. In this Eyewitness News exclusive, Pichardo says he didn't say a word, just stared at her, then broke her jaw.
He hit me very, very strong over here. And he broke everything here. Everything's break.
It happened yesterday around 5 p.m. on Grand Avenue near Dean Street. Pichardo is a school bus aide and was returning from work, just steps away from home when she was slugged. Her brother owns a restaurant across the street from where she lives. He and this employee chased the suspect down. Johan Flores says he was still standing there. When they confronted him, he denied attacking Pichardo, cold and emotionless. They followed him for several blocks and stopped him from fleeing until police arrived. Cops arrested 33-year-old Franz Jr.
Yeah. All right. Done pretending any of these people are women. I agree. Isaac's Army. Is this a dude?
You said that you felt that you let down yourself, your family, your teams.
Yeah.
So how did you work through that, what you called this guilt that you were feeling?
I don't think I really gotten through all the way that I didn't let down, everybody in my family. And it was just, I think I'm still trying to get through that part.
Still to this day?
I try to give myself grace. Everybody says give yourself grace. It's so hard for me to do that. At the end of the day, it's my fault. And I let everybody down.
Yeah. All right, sir. Yeah, I called you sir because you're a dude. You know it. Once again, here goes. Can we just start stabbing transphobes at this point? Oh, yeah. This guy reassures me that people like him are mentally ill and dangerous to our society. He and his Palestinian pin should be sent to Gaza immediately.
Not to be overly dramatic or anything, can we just start stabbing transphobes at this point? We have such a big problem of transphobic people being fucking idiots and not getting their shit kicked in. Can we just start kicking their shit in? It would be so much easier for everyone. The entire world would be so much better if we could just stab a transphobe. Say something transphobic, you get stabbed. The world would be beautiful. Not to be
I think that we should make mental institutions great again. Yeah. Kevin, we the people, says John McAfee, slave might be an ugly word, but it's the truth of our existence. Let's take a listen.
Slaves. Maybe an ugly word, but it is the truth of our existence. We are slaves as long as our economy and our economic interactions are controlled by other people. And are they controlled? Can governments print more money whenever they choose? Can they control interest rates? Inflation and deflation? Can they monitor your purchases and tell you what you can and cannot buy and farm those? Slaves.
Yeah, they can do all those things. Yep. All right. Not a movie stage. Wake up, people. Some of the mountains are not real. You exist within a simulation. Here's a prime example.
Mountains are not real.
I don't think anybody's ever going to look at mountains the same again. You know what I'm saying? Coming to a mountain near you. Yeah. Lori Logan, worst people on earth, never elected, yet they consider themselves the self-appointed leaders, gods of humanity. Just say no. Wide Awake Media interviewer. A new study shows the world's richest 1% account for more carbon emissions than the poorest 66%.
A new study shows the world's richest 1% account for more carbon emissions than the poorest 66%. What responsibility do you think the super rich have to act in a sustainable way as we see so many of these climate impacts falling on the backs of the world's poor?
Yeah, so, I spend about $9 million a year. So I'm buying sustainable aviation fuel and to cancel out my footprint. I wouldn't claim in any way, that means I can leave the problem alone, because I should use my skills and money to drive innovation, so that this problem doesn't just get solved for my emissions, it gets solved for everyone's emissions. I hope more people of wealth get involved in this, just like, I hope they get involved in philanthropy in general and global health. I do think those who are the luckiest, and I'm certainly in that group, we owe a lot to the society that created that framework. And, we should have a long-term view of how we make a contribution.
Yeah. Here's another one I can't wait to watch the downfall of. Yeah. MJ Truth Ultra, Robert De Niro compares Donald Trump to Hitler. People don't understand how dangerous it will be if he becomes president. Only problem is he was already president and none of this happened.
What do you say to those who say, I don't like the guy, but I'm going to vote for him? What's your message to them?
I don't understand it. I don't think they understand how dangerous it will be if he ever, God forbid, becomes president. I don't think they really understand. And historically, from what I see, even in Nazi Germany, they had it with Hitler. They don't take him serious. He looks like a clown, acts like a clown. Mussolini, same thing. These guys, I don't know why, they look like clowns. They somehow, people, that element of society identifies in some ways with them, but it would be chaos beyond our imagination. There's no mystery about him. He's right out front. And what he says is what it'll be if he becomes president.
Do you think our democracy is at risk in this election?
I think that it is. I always keep saying democracy is great, of course, but democracy people take for granted. It's a word that some people don't even understand. They take it for granted. It's about right and wrong, period. The guy's a monster. It's beyond wrong. It's almost like he wants to do the most horrible things that he can think of in order to get a rise out of us. I don't know what it is, but he's been doing it, and it's scary.
Are you?
Excuse my French.
What?
Yeah, well, Mr. De Niro, I think you're a piece of shit. You're a human trafficker, child trafficker, sex trafficker, and you're a pedophile. How you like that? That should scare some people away from you. Absolutely. Yeah. I had all the classics, the Goodfellas, all that. They all went into burn pile. All those old DVDs I had of him, they're all in the burn pile. Never again will I watch anything that piece of crap has anything to do with. Absolutely. And there's quite a few others too. Believe me, my movie pile went from about 1,000 DVDs to about 12. Yeah. There's 12 that I kept. Yeah. All right. Nick Sortor. Anti-Israel protesters are having a rough time at old Mississippi. Yeah. Patriotic students respond by gathering and singing the Star Spangled Banner. I love this country. Completely surrounded them and sang that. Yeah. Let them know. I played this a couple of weeks ago, but I'm going to play it again. Ron Paul is sick of House Speaker Mike Johnson. How about you?
When future historians go searching for the final nail in the U.S. coffin, they may well settle on the date April 20th, 2024. On that day, Congress passed legislation to fund 2.5 wars, hand what's left of our privacy over to the CIA and the NSA, and give the U.S. president the power to shut down whatever part of the internet he disagrees with. The U.S. and its allies have already sent over $300 billion to Ukraine, and the country is still losing its war with Russia. Nobody believes another $60 billion will pull a victory from the jaws of defeat. But this additional money is meant to keep up appearances until November at the expense of Americans who are forced to pay for it and Ukrainians who are forced to die for it. Speaker Johnson could not have passed these monstrosities without the full support of House Democrats. And as the majority of Republicans voted against more money for Ukraine. So in the worst example of bipartisanship, Johnson reached across the aisle, stiffed the Republican majority that elected him Speaker, and pushed through a massive gift to the warfare corporate welfare state. After the House voted to send another $60 billion to notoriously corrupt Ukraine, members waved Ukrainian flags on the House floor and chanted, "Ukraine, Ukraine." While I find it's distasteful and disgusting, in some ways it seemed fitting. Not to be outdone, the U.S. Senate on that same day passed the extension of Section 702 of the FISA Act, which not only allowed the government to continue spying on us without a warrant, but also contained new language massively expanding how they can spy on us. Many conservative voters are asking, what's the point of Republican control of the House is if the agenda is determined by Democrats? Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer is reported to have bragged to his colleagues about how easily Speaker Johnson gave Democrats everything they wanted and asked for nothing in return.
Yep. 100% accurate. Yep. All right. We already covered that. This is a breakdown. Now, I played this video yesterday of the prosecutor, shocked that was pleading the fifth yesterday. Okay. So let's take a watch.
And did you knowingly break any laws when investigating President Trump?
Objection. Same response.
Did you break any laws when you worked at the Manhattan District Attorney's Office?
Objection. Same response.
Ms. Pomerantz, did you violate any person's constitutional rights when you worked on the Trump investigation?
Objection.
I have the same response to your question.
Mr. Pomerantz, did you violate any person's constitutional rights while you worked at the Manhattan DA's office?
Objection.
Same answer.
Did you misuse any federal funds while investigating President Trump?
Same response.
Did you misuse any federal funds while you were working in the Manhattan District Attorney's office?
Same response.
And did you violate any New York State bar rules while you were investigating President Trump?
Objection.
Same response.
Did you violate any New York State bar rules while you were working in the Manhattan District Attorney's office?
Objection.
Same response.
And did you violate any canons of legal ethics when you were investigating President Trump?
Objection.
Same response.
Did you ever violate any canons of legal ethics while you worked at the Manhattan District Attorney's office?
Objection.
The same response.
You know, this reminds me, some of you are old enough to remember this. This reminds me of the O.J. Simpson trial. You know, he just recently passed away when Detective Mark Furman was basically caught in a lie. He was caught committing perjury under oath. And when he was on the stand a second time to answer for that, he did the same thing that Pomerantz did. He pleaded the fifth. And there was a point where the prosecution, Marcia Clark, objected and said, why do they keep asking him questions? He's just going to plead the fifth the entire time. And then smartly, wisely, the defense, I think it was Cochran, said, we only have one more question, or maybe it was F. Lee Bailey, I can't remember. And he said, Detective Furman, did you or anyone from the LAPD plant evidence or misuse evidence? And he pleaded the fifth. And I'll never forget, the lead detective on that case, I believe it was Detective Lang, later said in an interview that that was the biggest mistake of the entire trial, that he should have said absolutely not. The LAPD never, ever tampers with evidence. He should have been emphatic. He should have been a lot more responsive to that question. Why is Pomerantz? I mean, these are very simple questions. Like, did you, violate, legal code of conduct by going after Donald Trump? Did you do anything in this investigation of Donald Trump that was unlawful? Were you guys targeting him? Why can't he just say, of course not? No, this was all, even questions such as simple as like, do you trust DA Alvin Bragg? Do nothing Bragg. He says, I plead the fifth. So he's hiding behind the Fifth Amendment. Now, in the legal ecosystem, anytime a witness, anytime somebody hides behind or pleads the fifth, it is a very unspoken, strong indication of self-admission of guilt. Why are you hiding behind the fifth? If you have nothing to hide, if you're all about the truth, if everything that you're doing is ethical, why hide behind the fifth? Why? Because this entire trial is...
It's one big shit show. That's what it is. All right. Here's a good one.
First, I just want to say that Jesus is the way, the truth, the life, and to any of the world that's hearing this message, the kingdom of heaven is near. Jesus is coming back, and we all have to repent for our sins, and we have to put our faith in Jesus. He will come back when you least expect it, and it's time to wake up if you haven't put your faith in Jesus Christ.
Yep. Detroit Pistons. Yeah. All right. Outside the Matrix says, who is Gray? Whistleblower, ritual sex abuse victim, graphic content. These are, I can't play this. This is from the docuseries. Actually, I probably can. Let's see if we can get away with it. Here we go.
It's been important since the very beginning for me is to approach more of this human trafficking, child trafficking, the Satanism, the child sacrifice, all of that, the darkest of the dark that's going on in this fallen world. And I believe Gray, having the experience that you're going to learn more about in this episode, having not just been brought up in it, but working in some of these programs and becoming a whistleblower. So who is Gray? I'm I'm going to have all of his links to his YouTube, to his Rumble, to his X account, and all these various platforms where you can find it to make it as easy as possible for you to connect with what he has going on. But he is a former top-tier operator / contractor, now a warrior of God, combating high corruption, child trafficking, and crimes against humanity, and the petty powers / principalities they serve. There's going to be many ways to find him. He says that Twitter / X tends to have the most recent information, so please follow there for updates. We'll go to there in just a moment. He was also on the Imagination podcast with Emma Catherine, who is his significant other. I'm going to link to this episode down below this video as well. And here he is on X, at Gray Area Monarch. So, in order to plug into him and get an idea of what's going on in his fight against all the things that I've already mentioned, the most important things to me, please tune in to these various platforms and ways that you can connect with his message. Michelle Moore recently had Gray on, and I think it's important to go ahead and take a look at a clip from this because he said something very... This came in the Q&A after they had done their presentation, which a lot of this, like I said, will be linked down below for you to look into further. But he said some things to certain questions that I found interesting. And I'm going to play 2 of those questions right now.
All right. And so the first one is, hello, everyone. I'm so glad to be here. So she talked about binge watching your series in prep for today and said that it blows her mind still. Linka Anna 59 said, Gray, do you see or are aware about all of these dark activities lessening or disappearing now? In other words, she's saying, are you seeing some of these black dark forces being taken down and lessening?
Yes and no. Here's what people need to understand. That currently there is a cleanup operation being framed as a white hat operation. It's already been planned for a lot of the satanic activity to go down and a lot of these manual pedophiles' ways of old to be cleansed. That's what I ended up being a part of, which I left because ultimately it was ruled by the same oversight. And of course, we all want it cleaner and we all want it nicer. But if these people are still doing bad things, they need to be held accountable and we don't need to hand it off to these same people. What you have to understand is that what's happening currently is a plan of it being handed over to a new system that corresponds to the massive network of sleeper agents that have programmed within them certain protocols that relate back to Rex 84 type activities that will be administered under Presidential Policy Directive 8. Now, technological control is currently being implemented fully, and that is the system that is being crossed over into. And it is a very dangerous trap. It's important to clean out some of this dark activity and all that, but it's important not to see some of what this appears to be like and to go towards it so fast to fall into the trap of another type of control that's ultimately serving the same master.
Yes. Yeah. That sounds good. I've been saying that there's an old cabal being taken down, but yet I believe that there is a fight for a new cabal to take over instead of the good guys, so to speak. So is that a good way to explain it? Is that
Yeah,
kind of
I mean, it's a steep pyramid. It's a steep pyramid. There's infighting at the top. That's a lot of why things are so weird that's playing out publicly. Yes, there's massive infighting.
Okay. The next thing is Angels Among Us 2023 says she has a question. Are we, the public, in danger of having these people unleashed onto society to harm? I think they're already harming, aren't they?
The people that are programmed for the next major step, a lot of people that are deeply programmed are not expendable. Some people that are expendable, yes, are used in false flags, are used in shootings, and so on and so forth. I've talked about that at length, and I was exposing whistleblowing in 2014, which I go into thoroughly in my series, some of these child programming sites at early childhood development centers, which again, in the senator's daughter's car that I was arrested in, she was running a early childhood development center that was shut down, so on and so forth. And yeah.
Okay, lots going on here.
There is indeed a lot going on here. And I'm not here to black pill. I'm not trying to be somebody that brings people down. I'm trying to prepare people for anything because I do not believe we're getting the truth from a lot of these liar, pants on fire, PAY truthers. I believe this has turned into the Mockingbird alternative media. When we started this fight, when I was with Gene, we were hearing about rescues of hundreds of thousands of kids all over the world from the dumbs and all of that. I don't know what's true on that after finding out how fraudulent that man was and is. When you hear Gray here talking about the idea that this false white hat operation is taking place to cleanse the old, the Satanism, and potentially move us into a new control system, which I think corresponds with some of the stuff that Sabrina Wallace is trying to warn us about. We have more to chew on here than perhaps we realized. However, the message is still the same. And for me, my hope and my light and my love is in Jesus Christ and what he has done for me in my life. And I pray that for everybody here.
Interesting clip there, right? Yeah. All right. Carly Boone. The reason they raided Mar-a-Lago was to get the Crossfire Hurricane records that were declassified before Trump left the White House. Lock her up.
Really about. In 2016, Hillary Clinton got caught with her illegal home server when she was the Secretary of State. And that home server included our nation's most classified secrets. The bigger problem for Hillary is it also evidenced the Clinton Foundation's illegal pay-for-play foreign bribery schemes. And so when she got caught with this server, what did she do? She bleach-bitted it and she took hammers to the phone. She thought she destroyed the evidence, but guess what? She didn't, because that server was almost certainly hacked by our enemies, including China and Russia. And so when she was running in 2016, the Obama White House, Biden, Obama, Hillary, the AG, the FBI, all these officials thought that the Russians were going to put out this illegal home server of her foreign corruption schemes before the 2016 election. And so that's how we got the Crossfire Hurricane investigation, the Russian collusion investigation on then candidate Trump, because they wanted to be able to point to a Trump campaign dirty trick if this server came out. To say, oh, you can't believe this. This was a Trump campaign dirty trick colluding with the Russians. And you say, Mike, that sounds like a crazy conspiracy theory. How could you possibly think that? Well, guess what? They did the same play in 2020 with Hunter Biden's laptop, evidencing the Biden family's foreign corruption, right? And you had the CIA working with the 51 former intel officials to say that this had all the hallmarks of a Russian disinformation campaign. They got the New York Post, America's oldest newspaper, censored and deplatformed. You couldn't even pull up the New York Post story. And then after the election in 2020, President Trump sued Hillary Clinton for this Russian collusion hoax, a civil lawsuit down in Florida. Magistrate Judge Bruce Reinhart got assigned to the case. Well, guess what? They found Bruce Reinhart's Facebook post where he was trashing Trump. And so he had to recuse from that civil lawsuit by Trump versus Hillary in Florida. And so then what happened? 6 weeks later, that recusal, that conflict of interest from Bruce Reinhart magically went away. And then guess what? We had this Mar-a-Lago raid with Biden and working with Jay Bratt and Jonathan Sue and this Bruce Reinhart. Bruce Reinhart greenlighted this hit on the office of former president for presidential records Trump is allowed to have under the Presidential Records Act, and they use the Espionage Act. So how did Bruce Reinhart's recusal issue go away from 6 weeks prior? This is why they did Mar-a-Lago raid, because President Trump declassified via executive order on January 19th, 2021, the day he left, before he left office, these Crossfire Hurricane documents that are so devastating to Obama, Biden, Hillary, and the FBI, the intel agencies ran to Mark Meadows on January 20th, said, you can't do this. You're putting lives in danger, sources and methods. So Mark Meadows issued a memo on January 20th, the day they were leaving office, saying, do your Privacy Act review and get out these Crossfire hurricane records. Well, guess what? They didn't do the Privacy Act review. They didn't put out the Crossfire hurricane records. They went to get them from Mar-a-Lago.
Mike Davis, also, Trim, you lost somebody that they claim election interference by the Russians in 2016 had absolutely zero. They claim an election interference now by, I don't know, Stormy Daniels in the National Enquirer. It's all phony. It's all made up. Where do people go to Article 3 to follow this, to volunteer, to do all it's really about?
All right, moving on. All right, concerned citizen proposing to spray 20 million tons of aluminum into the atmosphere. Both the Democrats and Republicans don't want to talk about it. Seems to be a taboo subject. That's because it's already happening on a global scale and nobody is willing to admit the fact.
I'm seeing a lot of marks in our skies, leaving long trails, so much toxic being in our waters.
So, Randy, what do you think is the cause of all this that you're seeing?
I've been doing some research, and geoengineering is proposing to spray 20 million tons of aluminum into the skies to reflect sunlight into space now.
All right. You know what? A lot there. I don't know if you want to address any of his individual concerns.
There is some legitimate concern about bioterrorists. A certain number of military personnel will be going to West Africa to try to help contain the spread of the Ebola virus.
The most interesting thing on the show this morning was the informed caller who called and asked about the geoengineering, the chemtrails, and we've got a Democrat and a Republican sitting there, and he's saying, oh, they're spraying heavy metals in the sky, and it's not good for our health. He was asking both those gentlemen about this program, and they immediately pivoted to, oh, we got to watch out for Ebola. This is one of the topics that's taboo on C-SPAN, just like 9/11. Geoengineering is not allowed to be talked about. Neither of those congressmen wanted to go anywhere near it.
Do you think they knew what it meant?
Of course they knew.
Of course they knew.
You know what? This is a perfect example of hidden in plain sight.
Yep. Yep, 100%. This is the end of the Western civilization as we know it, and we're paying for our own demise.
These NGOs like HIAS, like Catholic Charities, like IOM, all these people, UN in general, they are taking over countries.
How long have you said you've been going down there?
I started immediately after Biden was installed. When
So
Biden,
about 3 years.
Yep, I just left. It was about 3,000 a day, right?
3,000 what?
Aliens coming through per day, and that would be mostly Venezuelans, hundreds of Chinese per day, Afghans every day. Just who's who in the zoo. 150 different countries. Tons of Arabs. NGOs have made water facilities there. They're building 2 new camps or actually 3. One is at Bajo Chiquito Village. There's another near Bajo Chiquito Village, which is going to, I don't know, be big enough for maybe 15,000 people per day, right? On a completely different river, the Rio Membrillo, that we call that the China route. They're building another new camp out there as well.
During the 3 years that you've been going
Oh,
down.
I would say at least 5 times bigger. It's more efficient. So when you come out of the jungle, you sign in. And a lot of people don't even have IDs. Nobody knows who they are. That's the people, as they make it through the Darien Gap, they get on buses. They go to 2 major camps after they get out. One's called Las Blancas, and the other one's called San Vicente. San Vicente is the one I call China Camp.
OIM, Red Cross, UNICEF, HIAS, European Union, Doctors Without Borders, UNHCR, and the Norwegian Refugee Council. All of these organizations play a role in a carefully planned mass migration pipeline. Paper by the IOM titled Migration and the 2030 Agenda, a clear plan for mass migration of people is presented. The report begins by stating, the 2030 Agenda recognizes migration as a core development consideration, which marks the first time migration is integrated explicitly into the Global Development Agenda, and further states, quote, it is possible to link migration to every goal in the 2030 Agenda. Shockingly, the report refers to migrant men, women, and children as agents of development. Finally, the report states that we should not focus efforts on trying to stop migration, facilitating, not restricting.
Yeah. Corruption. Yep. Libs of TikTok, Unreal Middle School in California, in Bonita, USD, invited an adult entertainer to perform for students. He allegedly told students to follow him on social media where he posts sexually explicit and graphic content.
What if I told you that this man recently performed at a Renaissance fair for Ramona Middle School in Laverne, California, for an audience of 7th graders? Allegedly, the on-campus performance was not explicit, but according to parents and teachers, he instructed students to follow him on Instagram, so some of them did. And what they found was a bunch of this, and more pictures and videos talking about fetish. One student dropped a comment saying, "Hell no, don't ever come back to Ramona." The performer then responded, "Ha ha ha ha," or "What do you think you're going to do about it, little boy?" The communication then went back and forth between the parent and the school board and the principal principal actually wanted the student to apologize to the performer, but then retracted it. It's a very messy situation. My biggest question as a mom, how could the school administration not vet this performer's online profiles before hiring him to interact with minors on taxpayer-funded property? Makes you wonder who's showing up on campus at your kid's school.
Yeah.
What if I
Reclaim
told you that this man
your child's education. Yep. In Portland, a driver turns down the wrong street and encounters a mob of Antifa radicals and Free Palestine protesters. The mob surrounds the car, sprays bear spray before making a run for it. The radicals destroy the man's car and put him in the hospital.
Hey, get away from the car! Car! Car!
Yeah, they put the kid in the hospital. Yeah. So, students, huh? Yeah. Yeah, they definitely look like students. Mm-hmm. Yep. And here is Big Gretchen with Magneto Jr., Alex Soros. Yeah. This is Michigan and importing them ahead of November 2024. It's getting ready to steal Michigan, I see. Good thing Daddy is buying tents for all the Muslims in Michigan and importing them ahead of November 2024. Everything is going according to plan. Yep. They don't want you to know. Nothing to see here. Oh, actually, let me open this up and yeah, just put the lid back on there, will you? Come on now. Nobody needs to know that you got these things set up inside big cactuses. Come on. How dare you tell the American people what they're actually doing? Yeah. All right. Here we go. U.S. debt clock, alt history. Let's take a listen. Echo X.
This is the most recent secret window from the USDebtClock.org's X account. The date that it was posted on was May 1st, 2024. Now, what I'm going to do first is I'm going to go through this article and then I'm going to go through the Gematria calculator. And trust me, you're going to want to stick around to see those messages. In this image, it talks about Jekyll Island and the creation of the Federal Reserve, but it actually talks about an alternate reality where the bankers were arrested on Jekyll Island with a Secret Service foil counterfeiting plot. A group of bankers conspiring to defraud the American people were arrested today on a small island off of Georgia coast. Federal officers were tipped off to the plot days beforehand and were able to seize crucial documents detailing the complex scheme. Led by Senator Aldrich, the group was planning to replace the US dollar backed by precious metals with what is known as a fiat currency. If successful, this new financial system could have led to mass bankruptcies and years of economic misery for the country. This article was written by the New Republic on November 24th, 1910. And in our current history, the Federal Reserve System was successfully created on Jekyll Island on November 24th, 1910.
Now it was time to come together. And what happened on Jekyll Island is that they formed a banking cartel, and they called it the Federal Reserve System. An amazing fact that all these years we've had something which most people have thought was a government operation of some kind or another. We were told it was a creation to protect the people, to stabilize the economy, and it's a cartel. And the purpose of the cartel is to enhance the profit structure of the members of the cartel. Period.
And the funny thing about it is that this fiat currency is not backed by anything but the full faith and trust of the government and its citizens. This fiat currency has actually lost over 99% of its purchasing power since its inception, because ever since 1971, they actually did away with the gold backing of this fiat currency. Now, what I found coincidental during my research, the New Republic is an American liberal publishing magazine company that was dedicated to politics, news, culture, and arts. This magazine company was dated all the way back, founding in 1914. However, in 2014, the magazine company was acquired by Facebook co-founder Chris Hughes, in which he overhauled the magazine's format, operations, and political leaning views. Sounds like Facebook, doesn't it? And in 1910 was the original release of The Wonderful Wizard of Oz. And there was a gentleman by the name of William Wallace Denslow, who was an American illustrator who helped illustrate the original 1900 The Wonderful Wizard of Oz. Some of his illustrations were also featured in the New Republic magazine. And we already know how the Wizard of Oz, the yellow brick road, leads you to Emerald City. But in this alternate history, we don't have to worry about Emerald City or the Federal Reserve System because the bankers were caught at Jekyll Island. Alt history. Calculate. Break all mirrors X. I'm not even going to say this one, but it's the truth. And the light is American Confederate States. Message from God. The trump card. Epstein Island. Satan, look at me. The game is over. It's inevitable. Angels and demons. God is gracious. Bankers arrested on Jekyll Island. Secret Service foiled counterfeiting plot. Calculate. A prohibit the British Crown owns Washington, D.C. Yeah, they do. My fellow Americans, you have been warned. Uh-oh, this is the rapture, people. This means it's time for the world to start spinning. The ass whooping you know is coming. We need to identify, tie deep linking money transfers between the US and Israel. Does it have to do with this account number? The New Republic. Calculate. When shit hit the fan, Department of Treasury, the key to heaven. Bragg Garlinghouse, prosperity, Phoenix rises, shock the world. What's happening? Do you see? Trillionaires rule the world. Now, in this next gematria, I actually noticed that a lot of capital letters and words, so I put those into the gematria calculator. Calculate. The QFS gold standard has nothing to do with Hitler and everything to do with fair trade and ending the federal debt. During times of great transition and change, these are when we cling to our Lord and power Yahweh like never before.
Our objective will be a quantum leap in the American standard of living. Quantum leap.
Know what you hold. Let's go.
Okay. All right, guys. I need to step away from the computer for quite a few minutes. So I'm going to throw on this morning's X22 or and we know because I've got to go get this done while I've got help here. So here we go. I'll be back with you shortly.
Fear thou not, for I am with thee. Be not dismayed, for I am thy God.
These are demonic entities in all the school boards of all the United States of America, and all of us Christians will be sticking together.
I will strengthen thee, yea, I will help thee, yea, I will uphold thee with the right hand of my righteousness.
In 2 weeks, in 13 days, he was allowed to change my daughter's mind about some fascist crap that y'all have let in this school.
Behold, all they that were incensed against thee shall be ashamed and confounded. They shall be as nothing, and they that strive with thee shall perish.
Mr. Geip is killing the American child and saving communism. Is this a residential school or is this a public school?
Thou shalt seek them, and shalt not find them, even them that contended with thee. They that war against thee shall be as nothing, and as a thing of naught. For I, the Lord thy God, will hold thy right hand, saying unto thee, fear not, I will help thee.
I think we're all pretty disgusted with the politics that are going on these days. It does not need to happen to my son, who's headed to public high school, or anybody else.
Well, folks, remember the intro showcasing the parents sticking together, fighting against tyranny. Remember seeing the children as they held the American flag up, strength that was there. Well, they're trying to wear us out, tire us out, and it's happening. But we want to know and learn from this episode the continual work of many behind the scenes, keeping the positive information flowing through. We're getting tired. I know it's not time to sit back and relax, though. Remember, we have a voice, we have prayer. All of this is playing out in a way that wakes those up who are asleep. We have to continually remind folks who the enemy is and stay close to our Savior. Let's go. Well, folks, as normal, I just wanted to remind you, August 11th through 18th, you can actually join us on a cruise to Alaska. That's right. We're going to experience America's last frontier. Glacier takes, towering snow-capped mountains, rainforest, and rich vegetation. It is beautiful up there. And we're going to be on a very peaceful 5-star cruise ship, the Wilsterdom. And it is going to be absolutely amazing as we're together hanging out with those who woke up years ago and watched this show. Can you imagine hanging out and talking to those that you have just been wanting to meet for a long time, almost like a family reunion? We're going to have great singing. We're going to have a wonderful professional comedian and many other guest visitors on board. And you get to talk to us, have Q&A time with me, watch me put together one of my episodes. It is going to be just a great time of gathering together and just celebrating, all right? So go in that description box below or go to amweknow.com and sign up today before the rooms all disappear, okay? Hopefully you'll check that out. Check out what Dan Scavino posted about the man in the arena again.
It is not the critic who counts, not the man who points out how the strong man stumbles, or where the doer of deeds could have done them better. The credit belongs to the man who is actually in the arena, whose face is marred by dust and sweat and blood, who strives valiantly, who errs, who comes short again and again. Because there is no effort without error and shortcoming. But who does actually strive to do the deeds? Who knows great enthusiasms, the great devotions, who spends himself in a worthy cause, who, at the best, knows in the end the triumph of high achievement, and who at the worst, if he fails, at least fails while daring greatly, so that his place shall never be with those cold and timid souls who neither know victory nor defeat.
Absolutely brilliant. As Dan Scavino posted this, Pledge 17 said it is a bit different video. In fact, Dan watermarked this one with, watch until the very end. And it isn't that Hill Dog and the famous "you'd be in jail" part. Remember where he goes in and let her know you're done. You're done. You'd be in jail. And so all of this playing out, President Trump, of course, announcing that his campaign will be leading a historic effort to prevent the 2024 election from being stolen.
But we're not going to allow them to rig the presidential election, the most important day of our lives in 2024. We're not going to allow it. We're going to protect the vote, and I'm pleased to, this is the first time I've announced this, actually, announced that our campaign is going to be leading a historic effort in conjunction with the RNC, that's Republican National Committee, the state parties, and a team of the most highly qualified lawyers and other professionals in the country to ensure that what happened in 2020 will never happen again. We're not going to allow it to happen again. The only good thing about 2020, it showed how bad they are. It showed what a rotten job they do. That's why we're more popular now than we were 4 years ago. No matter how you vote, whether it's early on election day, by mail or in person, it doesn't matter. We'll make sure your ballot is secure. We want to make you sure, but we're going to be sure that your ballot's secure. You're not going to put in ballots that don't count. You're not going to put in and do things. You're not going to have other people not there, but putting in a ballot. Like a couple of cases that you happen to hear about. I'm sure you heard about a little place called Detroit, right? Where they had more ballots than they had voters. A little thing like that. And then by the time the people got screamed at all night, they sort of said, oh, they were called every name under the book. And they sort of said, oh, but they had, think of it, they had more ballots than they had voters. We're not going to let it happen again. And you have to be very vigilant, too, because you can see it. You see it happening better than anybody else. It's really a source. We're going to watch the radical left Democrat like hawks. All these Democrats we're going to watch like hawks because, honestly, I don't like saying this. They cheat like hell. They cheat like hell. In plenty of other places, too. And we're going to make America great again. It's very simple. We're going to make our country great again.
Sure, sounds like they're much more prepared this time. They're going to try to steal it again. They're trying to bring all the illegals, give them Social Security numbers to steal. And they do cheat continually. And they've been exposed. And he said, again, imagine what's happened. 2020 is actually kind of a good thing. Why? Because we are starting to see and understand, many of those that don't pay attention, just how corrupt and evil these Democrats and rhinos really are. I mean, how have they done it in the past? What did we see in 2020? What did we see with all of the events that happened that day? Remember the swing states, how they covered up the windows so we couldn't see them cheating with the ballots, especially in Pennsylvania. Remember how all of a sudden at 10:30 at night, all of a sudden the pipes broke in Georgia, and oh no, we're going to have to pause the election and count overnight. And President Trump went from this huge lead to gone. And all of a sudden Biden takes over and they claim that, no, there was nothing wrong. No way that they cheated the election. That never happens. Yet they were all screaming that they were cheating in the election in 2016 when President Trump defeated handily Hillary, who was probably set up with all the numbers and all of the algorithms to have her win. But the computers just couldn't change the numbers fast enough. So they had to be prepared for 2020 because they knew that he was going to have big numbers again. So they throw in the COVID jab a lot earlier than they're supposed to. Then they do mail-in ballots so that they can print ballots and send them in and have multiple ballots from one person. And they can have ballots mailed in from 30 100,000 dead people. They can have printed ballots at the last minute overnight and say, count all of these, even though they were all for Biden. You see, we know how they played it out. And then they use the mainstream media to beat everybody down and tell them they're crazy. That way, those that watch mainstream media tell you that you're crazy because all they do is listen to the talking points of those that are paid off, the evil ones. Well, President Trump continued with his court case. He walks out and he still delivers pizza.
Just outside of a fire station after leaving court. He's got pizza for the guys. This is typical Trump. Let's poke in and see what he's up to right there.
Pretty amazing, spending time with all of the firefighters.
To a firehouse, a police station. He can walk into a boardroom, a bowling alley, or a bar and have a conversation with absolutely anybody. We don't have any audio on him right now, but apparently he's going inside to talk to these firefighters, which is, by the way, right outside the studio, folks. This is incredible. The fact that he leaves court, goes and campaigns with these people, and it goes and campaigns with ordinary people, not high-dollar fundraisers with.
How about that, huh? And his numbers keep going up. And just a reminder before I have this clip played, Trump isn't running against Biden. He's running against the Clintons, the Bushes, the Obamas, ABC News, CBS, NBC, Fox, CNN, MSN, NPR, Murdoch, Soros, etc. Some of you guys say, oh, Fox still pretty good. Well, they've got some folks that seem to tell the truth, but they continue to bring in all of the folks that are against President Trump who call him crazy and more, and they let them talk so that those talking points go into the minds of the people watching Fox, and we're supposed to believe that they're all good. We've been waking up to that whole shenanigan too. Well, here's the Communist News Network poll. Of course, their poll numbers are always 15 to 20 points off. We know it's a lot better than this.
The economy, Trump leads. Immigration, Trump leads. Foreign conflicts, Trump leads. And even on preserving democracy, which has obviously been a focal point of the Joe Biden campaign, he only leads on this issue by 4 points.
All righty. It's good to see those numbers just popping up, though. You know, MSDNC, of course, with Morning Joe, always protecting their interest and the evil ones. They should be talking day in and day out about the Clintons, the Clinton Foundation, Obamas, the evil ones, Bushes, and all those, but they don't. They have to continue to go after President Trump constantly, put into the minds of the people just how bad he really is. And so Hillary kind of popped up out of nowhere. You know, remember how you felt 2 years ago today, she says, when the news came out that the Supreme Court would overturn Roe and set back women's rights by generations. Patriot AU says, I remember that WikiLeaks email where Hillary Clinton was casually discussing making a sacrifice in the backyard to Moloch. She loves killing people. Yeah, we remember that. Yet that person keeps coming out, and folks that love her and follow her and adore her and don't think there's anything wrong because they don't do their research and can't put 2 plus 2 together. Well, poor guys. Maybe someday they'll finally wake up. So anyway, again, MSNBC, instead of going out there covering the real news, they have to put into the minds of the people anything, even getting ahead of the future when Trump wins.
Donald Trump and people around him are figuring out how to subvert democracy if he doesn't win. And let me say that slowly. So his
subvert democracy. They always use that word. Democracy.
Apologists who will write this in an op-ed laughing, oh, they're saying Donald Trump. No, Donald Trump's own words say, they don't suggest, they say he will subvert democracy if he doesn't win. And if he does win, it'll be worse. Yeah. He will subvert democracy more. He will fire prosecutors who will not arrest his political opponents. He said it.
Yep. So just want to make sure we emphasize, we're not showing this to change your mind. We're showing this because we're exposing evil. Now that most of you guys know what's going on, you know the attacks will continue. Just want to make sure you understand those that watch these guys, your friends. Some of you have friends that watch these. Probably most of you don't, but if you do, reminding you what kind of stuff fills their minds, so when you run into them, you'll understand.
That is what he's going to do. What he's going to do, to your point, Joe, is
have the FCC report to him so he will be able to control shows like this. He wants the FTC to report to him. He wants to bring the Insurrection Act back so he can turn military troops on his own people. He wants to weaponize, as you said, the Justice Department to go after his enemies. He wants to put women on a registry in red states for abortion.
Monitor.
That's if he wins.
So, what you just said.
Sorry to pause. But again, remember, they're not covering Biden's and their corruption, the billions of dollars that they sent over to Ukraine, the billions of dollars that they are throwing in all of the other nations they're selling out to. They're not talking about the Obamas and how they destroyed our country morally. They're not talking about the Bushes and how they planned and worked together with Satan to destroy our country and create Homeland Security to monitor all of us day in and day out. Oh, no.
Somebody out in the Trump sort of stratosphere will put on a website and say, look at Donnie Deutsch freaking out, right? And that's their ploy. That's the lie. And I will say, I love the Wall Street Journal editorial page. I disagree with them a lot, but they will have people like writing op-eds that would take what you just said and lie to their readers. They lie to their readers and say, look at the media. And I've read more of this. The media going, are being hyperbolic. No,
Here's the media. These guys. You have to listen to us. We're the professionals wearing the suits and the ties and the dresses with these big cameras and big money. Don't listen to the folks out there that have their own media groups that are telling the truth. I got some more from them in a minute. You're going to actually love it. First, I wanted to show you this. I think it's amazing that we've been watching folks' lives change with LTPetClub247.com. And I'm going to make this a little simpler. I'm going to delete that right there. I'm going to say LTPetClub247.com. It's in your description box below. Ray got Enforce 79, taking allergy medications for 30 years, extreme eye watering, runny nose, post-nasal drip. 3 in the morning, 3 in the afternoon, 2 at night. Well, taking 5 Enforce a day, that's from Pet Club, hasn't had a single allergy pill in 5 days and no symptoms of the allergies at all. Haven't had this much energy in years. Holly took Restore from LT Pet Club 247. I've had problems with expelling for years, and doctors didn't know why, as I had a colonoscopy and a few other testings, but they said that I was fine, and trust me, I wasn't fine. I started taking 1 pill in the morning and at night, and after a couple of weeks, I was feeling pretty rough with the flu-like symptoms. But I remember hearing a story about the happening to someone on a show I watched leading me to Pet Club, that their body had to detox. So my 4th week, I'm going every day. I'm expelling normally, and I feel pretty good. So Greg from Mush Puppies Plus, our 14-year-old multi-poo, has heart failure and retaining a lot of water around her belly. The vet said give her the Lasix. Did nothing and just laid there to the point that the vet said maybe it's time to put her down. 2 weeks after giving her the Mush Puppies, the big old belly is gone, and now she stands on her hind legs begging for treats, runs up the stairs, and so much more. Thank you so much. And then, of course, Enforce Plus from DB. I've taken Enforce for 2 months and feel fabulous. I've gave them to 2 of my close friends that have 2 different cancers. One asked me for more because the doctor said his cancer had shrunk. I called the second one to tell him, and he said he just left his doctor and said his doctor told him his markers were down 2/3. Wow, I do not have cancer, but I feel better than I have in years. I heard about this on And We Know. Thank you so much. LTPetClub247.com. Check it out, folks, for your results today. Now, here's just want to take you back to MSNBC. Watch them taking each other out. It's good.
How do the Democrats, how do all of us on that side say January 6th was wrong if you can have the same pictures going on college campus?
Lord, don't make a parallel with January 6th.
You lose the moral high ground.
That has happened, though.
Okay,
that has happened.
So we know what's going on here.
Steve Cortez, the Marxists are destroying themselves. Race baiting Al Sharpton. How do the Democrats, how do all of us on that side say January 6th was wrong if you can have the same pictures going on in college campuses? And then Mika freaks out. Good Lord, don't make a parallel with January 6th. She's like, stop. They're in the background Soros is calling, tell him to stop. What's he doing? Brzezinski's going, oh no, they're yelling in my ear to tell him to stop. Sharton, you lose the moral high ground. Joe Scarborough, that has happened, though. They are literally falling apart. Can't figure out what they're doing one step after another. And it's they're just jumbling their words. And I just wanted to play this real quick before we move further, speaking of jumbling of words.
4 more years.
Pause. He reads the teleprompter. 4 more years. Pause. And here's President Trump to give us some humor.
Now, think if I read my teleprompter and I'm going, well, let's see, because of the weakness in the economy, I'd like to apologize. Pause. 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 What was that? That's unbelievable. Pause. You know, I was watching it. I said, that was weird.
4 more years. Pause. Well, speaking of all these election stuff and the fun things that we're having to see, we're watching, of course, all of this information play out from the mainstream media, getting good laughs again. Trump 2020, Kari Lake 2022. They have the same talking points from the New York Times, NBC News, CNBC, the Washington Compost, and more. Stuff like Trump has signaled he won't accept an election loss. Many of his voters agree. Well, they said Kari Lake refuses to say whether she would accept loss in Arizona election. See, they want you to go ahead and feel like he's going to lose or she's going to lose and tell you up front they're not going to accept the results because they're letting you know that cheating has happened. Yeah. Kari Lake refuses to say whether she'll accept Arizona results. President Trump won't agree to accept 2020 election results. And then Trump 2024. NBC News. Trump again won't commit to accepting the presidential election results. It hasn't even happened yet. New York Times already telling you he's going to repeat the 2020 election lies, will not commit to accepting 2024 results. No matter what, folks, they know they have to brainwash the public and tell them over and over again, just so they can keep everybody from realizing they are the ones who are using the Aleister Crowley satanic book. Call out those of the crimes that you've committed, right? And so then we head back over to this Columbia building occupied by protesters. Wanted to show you something very interesting. Speaking of Morning Joe, something they allowed in Breen to show you what they're doing.
Yeah, so when we entered Hamilton Hall, this is not what students bring to school. Okay, this is what professionals bring to campuses and universities. These are heavy industrial chains that were locked with bike locks. And this is what we encountered on every door inside of Hamilton Hall. And so in order for our emergency services group to enter into the building, they had to first cut through these chains, but also get rid of debris and barricaded doors that were barricaded with refrigerators, vending machines, chairs, you name it. They pushed it up against those doors to try and stop us from coming in. But our guys would not be stopped. They did a fantastic job of entering into that location and taking people into custody without incident last night. They took about 40 to 50 people into custody inside of the lobby of Hamilton Hall last night.
So why would they allow the truth to play out? Why would they show you these chains and say that these are done by professionals, not by students? I mean, that's pretty expensive gear there. Somebody would have to know how that works to actually use it. Interesting, because then you've got the $300 a day professional protester, Lisa Fithian, if you're looking at your screen, 63 years old, slammed by Eric Adams, who helped stir up Columbia University protests, then left before the arrest began. She's instructing student demonstrators at Columbia University. You know, professional, $300 for her services. Constant figure at leftist protests for nearly 5 decades, was one of the Palestine supporters who occupied Hamilton Hall on Tuesday. See her with the signs, convict Trump. Trump's hush money speaks loud and clear. As a counter-protester tried to prevent the protesters from barricading the building, Fithian was filmed telling them, "This is ridiculous. We're trying to end a genocide in Gaza." Additional footage shows her instructing students to tie it right to the lock as they held zip ties. While the presence of the middle-aged woman at the demonstration may have struck some as odd, the Columbia encampment is exactly the kind of environment or movement Fithian has made a career out of. Wow. Career. I mean, let's see. Can we go a step further with all of this? I think we can. Check this out. Remember all those criminal, illegal invaders we've been tracking from the caravans to our borders and into the interior of the United States today? Over 1,000 of the same devices. Remember the tracking devices they gave to the illegals crossing over the border? 1,000 of the devices that they handed to those illegals are now present at over 21 protests, and they're growing across America. You don't say. Like Cal Poly Humboldt, USC, ASU, Arizona State University, University of South Carolina, University of Mary Washington, University of Minnesota. Oh, they just seems to just kind of show up. Jason Howerton shows us these are the mugshots of 10 of the protesters arrested during the protest at USF. If you don't understand what's actually happening with these riots, you've lost it. This is far left, Black Lives Matter, Occupy Anarchy in a Hamas costume. There they are. And also, these campus riots have been spontaneous eruptions of support for Hamas terrorists. Luckily, 500 professionally printed protest signs showed up unannounced out of nowhere. Where'd they get the funding for that? And then you think that they care about the environment. Look at this.
Taking a look around the encampment after.
Oh, sorry. Sorry to pause that. 1 second. Sorry.
Taking a look around the encampment after police have gone through here and forced the pro-Palestinian demonstrators out. CHP tells me 100 people were taken into custody during this operation. It took about 3 hours.
Look at that trash. Yeah, they care about the environment. All right, they came back and they said, let's clean up. Make sure that we, keep the environment clean because we're all about the environment. No, they're not. And of course, Peggy Dotson showed us this breaking news. This whole protest of encampments, it was actually planned late 2023. Here's a list of all the colleges that were going to be activated, some international schools as well. Don't know how long this will be up before they take it down, but you can see this. Nice Excel spreadsheet, 136 university colleges in U.S. soil and 1 kibbutz Blinken. Let me see. Do we have a few that we recognize? Yale, UC Berkeley, Harvard, MIT, Rutgers, Cornell. Oh, yeah, some big ones. Emerson College. Man, look at this list. They just had it all planned out. Got those posters printed and gave them some training on how to do it properly, how to cause as much problems as, possible. Work the whole thing out. Yeah. And I'm going to show you another video of them desecrating one of our monuments, but also show you some positive news from the South. The South actually, the students making a stand for all of this. Before we go there, I wanted to tell you that you can go to andweknow.com. That's where you can find truth, hope, faith, and freedom, all of our website information. You can contact us and submit your pictures of you wearing our gear. You can actually sign up for our newsletter and more. You can find us also at Facebook at AUK Updates. You can go to Instagram, AUK_828. We have to keep those pretty discreet so that they don't take us down, as usual, what they usually do, right? And also, you can get our gear at shop.andweknow.com. This Mother's Day, you can get 15% off all women's wear. Get a free gift box. Use code Mother's Day 15. Just go in there to shop.andweknow.com or just go to andweknow.com and click on our gear picture and use that code, folks. Mother's Day 15. Order by May 3rd for delivery by Mother's Day. That's right. You can get sweatshirts and hoodies, accessories, hats, tees, and tanks. And we even have amazing gear. I was going to show you real quick before we go on to the next part of this video. I wanted to show you that you can actually get the gear that they're showing each and every time that we're on here. The new stuff, you've got new shirts, and I don't know if you've seen it, but they've got the pre-orders of all the At Sea with LT sweatshirts and sweaters and t-shirts and so much more. You'll be able to find all of that on our site, shop.andweknow.com. And so hopefully you guys get one of these, wear it, and hopefully folks will walk up to you and say, hey, I know that show also, and you'll meet new friends. Here's more great pictures of patriots wearing our gear.
For me, one of the most infuriating things from that campus that I know very well was how the protesters felt completely at ease with defacing the father of our country, George Washington, our first president, even wrapping a headscarf around the statue's head. Where are the administrators, and what did you see when you were there?
Most certainly. So actually myself and members of oversight had actually gone to talk to some of these administrators. And you know what, Laura, when we were there, we had actually asked the administrators whether or not the White House had reached out. Mind you, this campus is only minutes away. And not only had they not reached out, but this school was actually denied help by Metropolitan Police, by Mayor Bowser and Washington, D.C. And what's even more horrifying, Laura, is that this is a private university. There's trespassing happening, but also too, they made it a point to say that there was outside organizations that were bringing in people, not students, to the campus in order to incite a lot of what you're seeing on the screen right now. And to go even a step further, there were people in the crowds, Laura, that the administrator was reporting that were holding signs that said final solution. So as you know, that is absolute racism. But what we're finding is these people are going into these universities. A lot of them are not students, and they're being funded by left-wing organizations.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Congresswoman Jayapal.
How about that? Yep. All of this playing out one day after another, of course, happening at the same time that it played out before. I think it's Patrick Bet-David does noticing some amazing coincidences with these college protests. Things like both election year protests started around the same time. The George Floyd Black Lives Matter riots happened in May of 2020. Now in May 2024, college protests are happening. The media is repeating the exact same lines. If one student dies, David, if one student dies, it's as if they want this. The date is May 26. You can Google this. 2020, when George Floyd died, supposedly. And all they needed was a story like that. They needed chaos. Today is May 2nd. We are roughly a little over 3 weeks away from that date with George Floyd. So you break down the money trail. Now, do you know what percentage of the revenue that Harvard got in their endowment in 2021 came from actual tuition of students trying to get a degree from Harvard? Tuition, degree, Harvard, what do you think it is? A lot of people say, well, $60,000, $70,000 a year, $80,000. That's how they make their money. Really? Only 10% of their endowment came from actually doing their job, educating students. Do you know 39% came from donations? 10% came from gifts? Do you know nearly 49% of the money Harvard got in 2021 is from donations and gifts? Only 10% is from students. So ask a question. Let's paint a picture. Let's just say the professor at Harvard, the dean, the president of Harvard of Columbia, their assistant says, Mr. President, we have two people waiting for you on hold. Line one is your number one student's parents. How much money did they give us last year? I think outside of the tuition, around $300,000. Who's on line two? George Soros. Oh, tell Mr. Jackson, the number one student's parents. I'll call him back. Please put Soros through. It's just amazing how all of this plays out. More and more we're waking up to the antics of the left and how crazy they are. But yeah, if you go down to Mississippi, let's see what they do with all these protests. Oh, they want Trump in Mississippi. Both sides at University of Alabama, Israel-Palestine protest unite in anti-Biden chant. Yeah, they both got together and said, you know what, we've had enough of this, enough of Biden. We're just going to join together and basically tell them what we think. All of this playing out in our history and more. These guys have always been taught the wrong side of history. Of course, very difficult to find anyone out there that would actually tell the truth anymore. When we head over to Grasshopper, they put some comms for us together. President Trump posted at 1645 that video, election interference at the highest level. There has never been anything like this in the history of our country. So if you look at the 4559 mark on that post and you go over to the Intel board that we always refer to when we have a moment to talk about it, the Q board, 4559 refers to what? Our history. So President Trump posts this. You think that it's by coincidence that he says the word history, and then 4559 says this: there was a time when our children stood at attention with pride, put their hand on their heart, and in one united voice recited the Pledge of Allegiance. There was a time when standing for our flag meant something. There was a time when our history was taught with pride and respect. There was a time when respect was given to those who served, bled, and died to protect and defend our freedom. There was a time when we were grateful. Our accomplishments meant something. When these United States of America, one nation under God, was united. The United States of America, one nation under God, was united under the American flag. There was a time we, the people, decided our future. Not anymore. When we, the people, had a voice. When we were united and strong. When the media was free from political bias and corruption. There's a time when our elected leaders stood their ground, dug in, and defended those they represented. How many men and women in uniform are currently serving in the front lines abroad only to look back in horror to see the homeland on fire? What's the word patriot mean to you? Land of the free, home of the brave. Fight for what's right, fight for freedom. They will not win. Together, we're together. Where we go one, we go all. These traitors have been exposed. We've been showing this over and over again for so long. Treasonous folks like the one you're looking at on your screen. Obama, Russiagate, IRS Tea Party scandal, Fast and Furious, NSA spying, Benghazi cover-up, spying on journalists, Uranium One, surrendering Iraq to ISIS, Bo Bergdahl for 5 Taliban generals. Yeah, remember they traded that one in. Hillary's secret server, plane loads of cash to Iran. And then we had this interview with the CIA agent on Afghanistan, exposes Joe Biden sending the Taliban $40 million cash every single week.
The simplest way I could say it right here, right now, American taxpayer money, your tax dollars, are funding the Taliban right now. And this has been going on since September 2021. On a weekly basis, the United States, the current administration, Mr. Joe Biden, has been sending $40 million, not from his own checking account. It's the U.S. payers, Americans' tax dollars. He's sending them $40 million cash every week that ends up in Afghanistan. And it's a very complex system. The money goes to the Afghanistan International Bank that lacks any authority to convert this dollar to Afghani, to auction it, right? And so this money, AIB gives it to the Taliban-controlled Central Bank of Afghanistan. When I say Central Bank, think Federal Reserves. So the money goes there. Now, who is in charge of Afghanistan's Central Bank right now? Noor Ahmad Agha, sanctioned terrorist, sanctioned by the United States for financing IED attacks against our soldiers that killed American soldiers. He runs the central bank. He gets $40 million every week. Now, once the money reaches the central bank, they hold what is called a bidding and auctioning session, where they invite individuals that are involved with the Hawala system, licensed money dealers. They invite them, and they're bidding. Everyone bids on who wants to buy this dollar. And for
all of this playing out, one interview after another, truth falling out on all types of podcasts. We're also finding out when the WHO wants to infiltrate our country, take over our sovereignty, there are folks that are fighting against it. Remember the WHO, World Health Organization's most recent publicly available draft of its new pandemic response treaty is dead on arrival. 49 U.S. senators demand President Biden withdraw support for the international health regulations amendments and pandemic treaty negotiations, which they said would constitute intolerable infringements upon U.S. sovereignty. Senator Ron Johnson is to be commended for driving this. We need a similar show of courage from parliamentarians here. It's amazing information. They're trying to destroy us physically, mentally, spiritually. They use it in our phones. They use this against us on 5G, our technology, and so much more. So many things we need to be aware of. Here's some more. Folks, you're having trouble sleeping, you're having some headaches and some more things going on with you physically in your body. You don't know what's going on. You probably something with your cell phones or Wi-Fi or other electronic devices like 5G causing you problems. Well, there's a product from Fix the World Morocco that will help you out. They have devices that have composites of shungite, steel, iron oxide, and brass powders, all encased in an epoxy resin. When the resin cures, it creates a piezoelectric effect that emits a field of healthy, life-preserving energy called orgone. Well, this energy field was discovered, studied by late scientist Dr. Reich, and there are fascinating studies around orgone energy that were included in the research documentation section of their website. Well, when used in your environment, the devices they created transform the harmful energy given off by electromagnetic frequencies, or EMFs, that come from 5G, your cell phones, Wi-Fi, electronic devices, into healthy, life-preserving energy. Many people have become sensitive to EMFs, which can cause a number of health issues. You got to use these products in your environment. They can protect you from EMF toxicity and help to restore a harmonious environment that aids in better health and well-being. We've got it. Folks, I'm sleeping better. I used to have pain in the middle top part of my head. It's gone since I received these products. I have them on my phone. I have them all over my house now. It is helping me so much with pain relief, growth in plants. It actually helps with food preservation, better mental clarity, and overall calming effect. Go in the description box below, ftwproject.com/REF/532. I know that's a lot to say, but just go below this video, below the podcast, click on that link, and order your products today. Folks, you will not be disappointed.
The fact is that we know that a lot of the information that was being peddled by this White House was untrue. We know that the CDC lied. We know that Anthony Fauci lied. We know that Mr. Biden lied. And you were pushing propaganda.
Would the gentleman
very much? No, I will not.
I'd love to know the source of your
This is my
citation.
time. I think it's fair to say that the position of President Biden was to get as many Americans to take the COVID vaccine as possible. Is that also true?
I would agree with that characterization.
And yes or no, was your routine dialogue with social media companies part of a strategy to achieve this goal of the president?
Congressman, we engage with these social media.
Please answer the question, yes or no.
They had stated.
Was that the purpose? Was that the purpose of engaging with the social media companies? Yes or no?
Congressman, the engagement with social media companies.
The goal of getting people vaccinated, correct?
In the context of the president's efforts.
Yes, to encourage the American people to take the vaccine. Is that a strategy that you and Mr. Slavitt came up with, or were you working with other people within the White House?
Congressman, certainly the effort to make sure as many people in America were vaccinated should not be.
My question is, who came up with the strategy to work with social media companies to further that agenda? You realize you're under oath, don't you, Mr. Flaherty?
Congressman,
Do you realize you're under oath?
Congressman,
Do you realize that you've sworn to tell the truth? Why did you think that reaching out to these social media companies was a productive use of your time if you never had any influence with them?
Well, Congresswoman, certainly these social media companies had a set of policies that they stated.
Why did you care whether they enforced their policies? What difference did that make to you? Are you part of the contract? Is it your responsibility to enforce policies of private companies?
Congresswoman, I think it's important to remember the fact that this is, these kinds of engagements with people who publish information are standard across government.
You can try to gaslight us as much as you want to and try to act like your activities didn't have any influence. But one of the things I noticed, Mr. Flaherty, is that you use the F word an awful lot in your email correspondence with the social media companies for emphasis. We all know why you were doing it. And why you use the F word in your emails to these companies. It was to emphasize the importance of them doing exactly what you were telling them to do. You violated the First Amendment rights of American citizens. You know that. We know it too. With that, I yield.
I disagree with that character.
Is inspired with the gentleman from South Carolina.
How about that, huh? So more and more, we're starting to see this play out in the public where they've been exposed for their lies, forcing these jabs, causing all types of problems for so many people across this earth. And so there are folks that are still out there talking, speaking the truth. Very interesting. Look at the folks' faces, and they're stumbling for words to say it all. Thanks for speaking out on mainstream media, Indian TV, Dr. Asim Malhotra, as this gave something to juxtapose with their lies. I thought you guys would enjoy this.
AstraZeneca admits COVID vaccine can cause rare side effect. They're currently admitted in court for the first time that the COVID jab can cause a deadly blood clotting side effect, Sonia.
Well, I think this is, it's obviously this story is important in terms of understanding the full kind of the full sort of information about vaccines that we had during the pandemic. But as I understand it, it's incredibly rare.
We don't know the full truth, but there's a lot of evidence that points in a certain direction. And that direction looks very, very bleak, unfortunately. So if you look at the yellow card reports in the UK, for example, so these are people who are reporting symptoms of side effects that are beyond mild, likely side effects of the vaccine. After 9.7 million doses in the UK, there were 800,000 such reports. This is unprecedented. And actually, by the summer of 2021, most European countries had suspended the AstraZeneca vaccine because of these issues of blood clots.
Rare, incredibly rare.
Very, very rare side effect.
A more reliable figure, actually, I can explain to you now, is probably much, much higher in terms of serious adverse events. So by the summer of 2021, a comparison was made between Pfizer's vaccine, mRNA vaccine, and the AstraZeneca or the Covishield vaccine. And by that time, they had, in published research, they had concluded that when it comes to very serious cardiovascular effects, heart attacks, strokes, blood clots, that the AstraZeneca vaccine had higher frequency than Pfizer. Now, the more rigorous analysis has been done and published on Pfizer's vaccine because that has had a much more distribution worldwide. And when one looks at that independently, the serious adverse event rate for Pfizer alone, and a lot of it being driven by blood clots, was 1 in 800.
We shouldn't allow this to take away from the fact that the COVID vaccines, whether it's AstraZeneca, whether it's Pfizer or Moderna, they would have saved countless lives during the pandemic. And we are.
So all the lies continue to play out on mainstream media, yet we're getting the truth on what it's been happening. And I just want to keep these as reminders because we will lose thought or the process of all of this if we don't pay attention as more and more folks continue to pass away suddenly without notice. Another guy was bragging about it one day on social media. Well, he's gone suddenly again. And there's another one here. Died suddenly. I got my COVID jab, bragging about it on social media. Next thing you know, God. Death will approach us all one day.
Jim, it was a very tough quarter. Thank you for having me. There were 3 reasons for this.
He's talking to a Starbucks guy.
First, we saw unexpected pressures on our occasional customers, more intense than we expected, that impacted their visitation. Second, the choppiness of the recovery in China continued with a more intense price war than what we expected. And third, challenges of our business in the Middle East that impacted us not just in the Middle East, but also in other geographies.
Okay.
Clearly,
I understand. Now, what I'm trying to figure out, sir, is why did you not feel the need to pre-announce the shortfall, given the fact in the previous quarter, your CFO said that she felt that you could have a earnings per share growth in the range of 15 to 20%. This is a substantial decline from that. And given the fact that you said on the call that April did not end well, I'd like to know why you did not feel the need to come out and say our quarter is going to be substantially worse than expected at least 4 weeks ago.
I think, Jim, we've been working on action plans to address these headwinds. And so what we wanted to come back with was not just the announcement, but also the action plans that we have in place, which, by the way, are not business as usual.
Yep. So they're falling apart. Let's see. Do they support the Second Amendment? Don't think so. Do they support all the leftist policies? Pretty much. Do they support veterans? Not really. They don't like the military, but folks continue to pull through the drive-through, spend thousands of dollars a year on this product. Doesn't even taste good. And voila, here we are. Well, I've got an interview with a company who promotes the Second Amendment, promotes hunters, promotes support for the United States of America and our freedoms, and also plants churches with their business throughout this earth. And so don't want to miss that interview tomorrow. I'm just giving you a tease of that. And so other things that are going on when it comes to money and more is this one right here. A new law causing people to pay cash for their guns so their bank accounts won't be traced.
That law, which goes into effect starting September 1st, requires gun store owners to assign a category code for their firearms and accessories when customers pay with credit or debit cards. 11 News reporter Jared Dean is joining us in studio. Jared, you spoke with a gun store owner here in the Springs. He says this law may affect how people buy guns.
Adam and Lindsay, Paul Paradis, who owns Paradise Sales downtown, tells me over the last few months, he has seen about half of his customers choose to pay with cash rather than their cards. He says with this law going into effect, he expects that trend to continue.
I look at this and go, gee, what they're trying to do is get the credit card processors not to do business with gun stores.
Starting in May of next year, if you're looking to purchase firearms like this, you may see some changes. A new law would make it so credit card companies would have a code for both guns and ammo. This would make transactions of firearms identifiable on banking records. Paradis tells me he feels this has him concerned about the future of gun sales in Colorado.
And, I looked at this bill and I go, the book 1984 by George Orwell just came 40 years late. But they're doing everything they can to track everything they can on every person that they can.
Supporters of this bill say it will help identify dangerous purchasing patterns and large purchases of firearms and ammunition, and then report them to authorities. Sponsors cite the Aurora Theater shooting in 2012, where the shooter purchased over $11,000 worth of firearms, ammunition, and military gear before the shooting took place, taking the lives of 12 people. In a statement, one of the sponsors of the bill, Javier Mabry, says, quote, credit cards have been used to finance many of the major mass shootings in recent years, and identifying suspicious weapon and ammunition stockpiling before tragedy can take place will save lives. Again, this bill goes into effect on September 1st, with credit card networks making those codes, and then it's up to store owners to assign them to firearms by May 1st, or they could face a fine of up to $10,000.
Well, it sounds like a lot of work. Banks are working hard to make sure they work with the credit card companies, debit card companies, and get their debit cards in line with this. So when a purchase is made, beep, sends a little signal in, code, and now we know who's got what gun where. Tracking you. Tracking everything you do. Trying to find out where all these guns are located. Very interesting because we had a talk about this in the interview that's coming up this Sunday, Dr. Kirk Elliott. The IRS access to your bank account without a warrant. 98% of the banks worldwide are adapting CBDC, right? The central bank digital currency. Another bank failure is actually coming, seized by the FDIC. And it's just more and more reason to have precious metals with us. And I tell you what, when they go to CBDC and they start tracking our bank accounts and they start saying, hey, look, we want to know where all the guns are and which ones are being bought, then they can basically digitally control all of us at any time. So Dr. Kirk Elliott has a lot to say about this scam that IRS is running, looking into our bank accounts. So something I never expected.
I mean, when I hear that, I was talking to a buddy of mine who's like a financial commentator, right? And he said, Kurt, they're doing this so they can actually get everybody's routing numbers and account numbers for bail-in legislation. You know, they want to have access to everyone's bank accounts. And it's like, sure, that'll be what happens, but I don't think this is why they're doing that. Because when you start to connect some of the dots of previous policy decisions and administrative rulings from like the Bank for International Settlements and the IMF and World Economic Forum and so forth, they want programmable money. They want to, like we've talked about a dozen times easily with central bank digital currency, the ability to cut you off from buying or selling if they don't like your ideology. So here, I think this is all about building the framework of your digital social profile and your social credit score, because if they're monitoring every bank account already, they're monitoring your transactions.
How about that? And we know .com/gold. You can have the same conversation I have with Dr. Elliott anytime that you want. And I tell you, it's been playing out. I've had this one saved for a little while, but I wanted to show this first. Blair Cottrell. Why invade a country when you can just buy its institutions, turn its women against its men, make transvestites of its children, sell the wealth generated by its labor to foreign investors, then introduce a foreign army as refugees and diversity to finish it off? Very interesting. When you always look to the past to see what they've been playing out, I thought this clip right here. Who does DC really belong to? Who's controlling all the levers of this power? What do we do? What do we keep telling folks about changes in 1871? What constitution is DC really under? I want to show you this before we close today, something I've been holding on to now for a while. How they've been planning this for a while and who's really in control.
In the Vatican, a third city-state was officially created in 1982. That city-state is called the District of Columbia and is located on 10 square miles of land in the heart of Washington. The District of Columbia flies its own flag and has its own independent constitution. Although geographically separate, the city-states of London, the Vatican, and the District of Columbia are one interlocking empire called Empire of the City. The flag of Washington's District of Columbia has 3 red stars, one for each city-state in the 3-city empire. This corporate empire of 3 city-states controls the world economically through London's inner city, militarily through the District of Columbia, and spiritually through the Vatican. The Constitution for the District of Columbia operates under a tyrannical Roman law known as Lex Fori, which bears no resemblance to the U.S. Constitution. When Congress passed the Act of 1871, it created a separate corporate government for the District of Columbia. This treasonous act allowed the District of Columbia to operate as a corporation outside the original Constitution of the United States and outside of the best interests of American citizens. A sobering study of the signed treaties and charters between Britain and the United States exposes a shocking truth. The United States has always been, and still is, a British Crown colony. King James I was famous not for just changing the Bible into the King James Version, but for signing the First Charter of Virginia in 1606. That charter granted America's British forefathers a license to settle and colonize America. The charter also guaranteed that future kings and queens of England would have sovereign authority over all the citizens and colonized land in America stolen from the Indians. After America declared its independence from Great Britain, the Treaty of 1783 was signed. That treaty specifically identifies the King of England as the Prince of the United States and contradicts the belief that America won the War of Independence. Although King George III of England gave up most of his claims over his American colonies, he kept his right to continue receiving payment for his business venture of colonizing America. If America had really won the War of Independence, they would never have agreed to pay debts and reparations to the King of England. When Congress passed the 13th Amendment to the Constitution, the U.S. President was made subservient to the King of England. The 13th Amendment is called the Title of Nobility Amendment and forbids U.S. presidents and their officials from using royal titles like king or prince or baron. For some mysterious reason, the 13th Amendment, which was ratified in 1810, no longer appears on current copies of the Constitution. America's blood-soaked War of Independence against the British bankrupted America and turned its citizens into permanent debt slaves of the king. In the War of 1812, The British torched and burned to the ground the White House and all U.S. government buildings and destroyed ratification records of the U.S. Constitution. 1 century later, a corrupt U.S. Congress committed the biggest theft in world history. They passed Paul Warburg's Federal Reserve Act in 1913, handing over America's gold and silver reserves and total control of America's economy to the Rothschild banksters. Most Americans still believe that the Fed or Federal Reserve is the government. It is not. The Fed is a privately owned banking system whose majority Class A shareholders are the Rothschilds, Warburgs, Kuhn and Loeb, J.P. Morgan, Rockefeller, Israel Seif, and the Lehman Brothers. This private banking cartel is the Fed and is never audited and never pays taxes. They print and design America's money, which displays their symbols of an Egyptian pyramid, a Masonic all-seeing eye, and the words "In God We Trust." Who exactly is the God they trust? They also collect American taxpayers' money through the IRS. Then they loan it back again with interest to pay for roads, bridges, and other public. Most U.S. citizens believe that the United States is a country and that the president is the most powerful man on earth. The United States is not a country. It is a corporation, and the president is president of the corporation of the United States. He and his elected officials work for the corporation, not for the American people. Since the United States is a corporation, who owns the corporation of the United States? Like Canada and Australia, whose leaders are prime ministers of the Queen and whose land is called Crown Land, the United States is just another crown colony. Crown colonies are controlled by the empire of 3 city-states. At the center of each city-state is a towering, phallic-shaped stone monument called an obelisk that points skyward. In D.C. city-state, the obelisk, known as the Washington Monument, was dedicated to Freemason George Washington by the Freemason Grand Lodge of the District of Columbia.
How about that? All this history playing out for us to learn and grow. We do our research and we start finding out so much more. And many of you are already aware of all of this. It's just a good reminder. We're watching who's pulling the levers of power and how we hope they're being taken out day after day. We're fighting for life. We're fighting for good. We're at war. Not everything will be clean. There's a scare necessary event that's going to be coming. Do you trust the military? Do you trust the chain of command? We're in control. Have faith. You were chosen for a reason. You're being provided the highest level of intel to ever be dropped publicly in the history of the world. Use it, protect, and comfort those around you. And of course, that was posted by President Trump, 5:21 p.m., 5:21 on the drop, if he wins. I wanted to close with this one right here from John Rich.
Hey, y'all, John Rich here. I just wanted to give you a little update on the free concert offer I made to the folks at UNC, to those students, for their bravery and their patriotism by not allowing our United States flag to hit the ground. They stood there while they were being hit with bottles and rocks and sticks, and they just stood there. They did not let Old Glory touch the ground. And I just did an interview, actually, with 3 of the guys, live with Leland Vittert, and I'll get the link to that if you guys missed the interview. It was incredible. Incredible talking to these guys, well-spoken guys, very sincere, very concerned about their campus, about their country, and about people trying to tear down the American flag right in front of them. I told them I was really proud of them, and I hope that their patriotism and that their courage in that moment ignites a fire across other universities across this country where young people are all feeling the same way. They don't know what to do. Be a patriot. Speak up. Sing. They just did that at Ole Miss. They just stood out there and sang. It's incredible, the spirit of Americans. Remember the shoulders we all stand on. Remember the founding fathers and what they risked to build this country in the first place. Remember the greatest generation, your grandmothers and grandfathers, great-grandmothers and great-grandfathers, who literally did anything it took to beat Imperial Japan, Nazi Germany, and Mussolini all at the same time. They are the reasons we even have a country to argue about these days. Tap back into that American fire. Tap back into that notion that America is the greatest country that has ever existed, because it is. Why do you think the whole world is lined up on our doorstep? They're not lined up at anybody else's doorstep. It's because we have the rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. So we're going to find a date to do this show. We're going to call it Flagstock. I'll keep you posted. In the meantime, God bless you and God bless America.
For nothing is secret that shall not be made manifest, neither anything hid that shall not be known and come abroad.
Let's pray. Heavenly Father, thank you. Thank you so much for your guidance and direction in our life day in and day out. You understand all that's going on. You're in control. We're exposing evil as you call us to do in your word. You have allowed us to comfort those who need comfort, provide rest to those who need it, especially in this time when there's so many weary on the battlefield. We ask for continued strength and re-strengthening us as we go to another phase of all of this. As we know the enemy is going to continue to push hardcore leading up to this election, probably one of the biggest in our history. And we see the tides turning. We see many that are standing up for the truth. We see many young folks are saying, not on my watch, holding up the moral properties that are needed to continue to move forward for our country. We ask that you continue to wake up the masses and bring more and more to the knowledge of your Son, to salvation in Christ and Christ alone. Please protect us from the enemy. Protect us from those who want to hurt us and harm us, and allow us and give us the words, Heavenly Father, to guide and direct the things that we say and do with everyone around us. We ask all this in the name of Christ, our Savior, Yeshua. Amen and amen. Folks, thank you so much for how you continue to guide and direct me and my family and so much more. Please leave a follow if you would, and share, and like button would be great. Also, put your comments below and tell us what you think about what's going on, what you've been seeing playing out, especially with these, the kind of strange that the mainstream media would actually show what they're doing at the Columbia University and more, and these big paid protesters would actually be out there, and crisis actors and more, to try to put in some type of thing. So I hope to hear from you guys on that one. But anyway, hope you have a wonderful weekend. And God bless you guys. For now, this is LT saying Simplify with them we know. Signing out.
All right. That was And We Know. Yep. All right. I got a bunch of stuff done. I've only got a few minutes. I've got a few minutes, and then I've got to get back out there because he's got to get going pretty soon, and I'm going to have to tend that fire while it's burning in the rain. Oh boy, this is going to be fun. Yeah, Outside the Matrix, here we go.
Holy shit. Trump's case in Florida just got blown wide open. God bless Judge Cannon, because she is an actual real judge. She unredacted the documents that Jack Smith wanted redacted, and now we know why. What happened was the Biden administration sent Trump a pallet full of classified documents that Trump never requested, purposely, so that they could go in and raid it. So they set Trump up 100%. We have the proof. It's in the documents. There's no conspiracies here. There's no spinning it. There's no flipping it. Joe Biden got together with NARA, the records place, and sent Trump documents that he knew Trump didn't want, number one, and wasn't supposed to have, just so he could turn around and send the FBI and raid his house and then charge Trump with holding classified documents he wasn't supposed to have. Holy shit.
Yep, so everybody's kind of waking up to this information coming out. Now, this one here. Okay, protester shouted racial slurs at Representative Byron Donalds, as he called on D.C. police to clear the George Washington University pro-Hamas encampment, revealed to be a terrorist sympathizing Professor Zine El Amini at GWU, Georgetown and America. Why do universities act surprised at this? But I've got a little bit of a rebuttal for this post as soon as I get done playing this clip, and I'll explain to you what that is here in a second.
How much is they paying you, you race traitor?
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. Uncle Tom.
the United States is supporting a Jewish supremacist country.
Outside agitators aren't allowed. You're working for a foreign entity, you bastard.
Get him out of here. Sir, that guy's really old to be in college.
And we're back live here. This is a professor from American University who also teaches at Georgetown, another professor from American University.
So, Byron Donalds, let me call you on your bullshit. In 2022, you received $15,500. That was in November. So all these numbers that I'm going to read to you is money that Byron Donaldson has received from AIPAC. Okay. 15,500, 475, 475, $500, $5,000, $5,000, $5,000, $2,900, $2,900, $2,100, $1,500 times 9. So 9 different times he received $1,500 and $1,000. So fuck you, Brian Donaldson or Byron Donaldson. You're acting like you're all of that and that this guy didn't have any right to call you out. Okay. And guess what? I'm calling you out now. Okay. This American Republican is calling you out for your fucking bullshit. You act like you're holier than thou and that you got all this and that you didn't do this, you didn't do that. Well, guess what? I got the fucking numbers, you piece of crap. Okay? I got the numbers. I know how much you got paid. So let's go ahead and pull this up here. Give me a second. This was I called up Slow Country this morning. I said, Slow Country, I says, you have access to everybody getting money from AIPAC. He says, yeah. He says, I said, would you do me a favor? I said, I want you to look and see if Byron Donaldson got any money from him. Okay. Well, guess what? 475, 475, 500, 475, 190, 2,900, $36, 5,000, 5,000, 2,100, 2,720, 100, 250, so these are all people who are signed up with AIPAC that are sending him money. Okay. This guy is full of shit. 1,500, 1,500, 1,500, 1,500, 1,000, 500, 15,500. Right here. It says it right there. American Israeli Public Affairs Committee, Political Action Committee. Okay. So yes, we can be angry at that teacher, that professor, okay, for actuating, okay, a conversation and call him a race baiter, okay, which he is, okay, because of the fact that he's taking fucking money from these people. Okay? He's taking money from these people, okay, to go against our country. Byron Donaldson, you're a fucking traitor. I'm calling you a traitor. I'm calling you out, you stupid motherfucker. Money is on the fucking table for you, you piece of crap. Okay? That's right. I said it. Byron Donalds, you're a fucking traitor. Taking money from this organization in order to influence what you do in Congress under our watch. It ain't happening anymore. We're done. We're done with you thieves. Acting holier than thou. calling out this person in Congress, calling out that person in Congress, calling out this senator, calling out this senator, all the while you were taking money yourself. You're 100% traitor. Ted Cruz is in the hundreds of thousands. That's correct. It's all right there. Verifiable proof that he's taking money from APEC. It's all right there. It's all right there. All right. Shall we find out how much Mike Johnson is getting? Oh, look at this. Mike Johnson. Mike Johnson, you fucking traitor. Taking money from the American or Israeli Public Affairs Committee, Political Action Committee. Yep. Mike Johnson, you're a fucking traitor. Look at this. 14,700. And that's, I'm not even calling out all the numbers. Here's 1,000 here. Here's 4,000 here. Here's 1,000 here and 1,000 here. 3,000 there. Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House, you're a fucking traitor to this country. You're a fucking traitor. Wow, this guy's got even more pages. This guy's got even more pages than the last guy. Okay, you guys are stealing from the American people, sending that money over to Israel, and it's getting funneled right back into your fucking pockets. You are corrupt. I'm calling all you fucking politicians out. There are only 8 senators and a couple of congressmen in office today that are not receiving money from these organizations. Look at this, 28,700. Let's put Ted Cruz in here. Oh, you know we got to put Ted Cruz in here. You know we got to put Ted Cruz in here. I hope I don't have to type it in as Theodore. Okay. Let me see. So let me eliminate this guy. Let me eliminate this guy. Okay. And let's see what the results come up. Oh, Ted Cruz. You should be ashamed of yourselves. Yep. Look at these numbers. And these are all people associated with it. Look at that, 12,000, 3,500. You know, you're getting donations from them every couple of months. Every couple of months, you're getting handed money. Every couple of months, getting handed more money and more money and more money. Here's another 5,300. Here's another 7,000. Here's another 2,000. Here's another 5,100. Here's another 25,300. 5,000. 6,300. Let's go to the next page. Let's go to the next page. $129,361. 4,500. $7,350. Yeah. Let's go to the next page. Yeah. There's another 5,000. Yeah. Look at all these numbers that they got coming in here. All these numbers that are coming in here. Wow. Just wow. Yep. How long do we got to play this game? So Byron Donalds, that professor was 100% accurate in his statement. You are a race baiter. And you are a traitor to this country. Taking that money. All of you taking all that lobbyist money and everything else, you're all traitors. You are selling America down the drain while you sit back and get rich. Fuck you. Come at me, bitch. Come at me. Look up MTG. Is that what you want me to do? You want me to look up MTG? Let's see. Marger. I have no idea how to spell her freaking name. Let's see if her name comes up on the list. Hang on. I got to figure out how to spell her damn name. Marjorie, I think. Taylor Greene. I think that's it. It'll correct me if I'm wrong, and then I'll copy and paste it because I want to make sure I spell it right. Marjorie Taylor Greene. Here we go. Let me copy this. Copy. Oops. Let's go here. Paste. Search. 250, 500, 750, 1,000, 1,500, 2,000, 3,300, 500, 500, 500, 2,000, 500, 500, 500, 750, 500, 1,000, 500, 3,300, 500, 1,300, 1,250, 700. Next page. Start from the top. 250, 1,800, 3,000, 5,000, 2,751, 1,000, 250, 1,000, 2,500, 3,300, 3,300, 500, 500, 250, 250, 250, 250, 1,000, 500, 1,350, 500, 1,000, 500, 250, 250, and 500. Let's go to the next page. It just keeps going fucking on and on. It goes on and on. They're collecting bank off of these people. Let's go to the next page. Here we go. 1,000, 500, 500, 250, 250, 500, 1,260, 250, 250, 250, 250, 250, 500, 1,000, 250, 250, 500. Now, these are all on the same fucking day. They can't just give you the money all in one lump sum. No, they give it to you in these small things in hopes that nobody's going to fucking notice. Marjorie Taylor Greene, I got some fucking questions for you now, too. Okay? And that's not even the end of it, folks. There's another page. There's showing 121 of 150 entries just for Israel, American Israel Public Affairs Committee. Here's another 500. Here's another 1,000. Here's another 250, 250, 250, 3,300. And guess what? All on the same fucking day. All on the same day. Another page. There are 47,685 entries. See this? Right there. Oh, you guys, I'm sorry. You guys can't see this. All right. So this is the Federal Election Commission, United States of America. You go to campaign finance data, then you go browse data, and then you go receipts. You want the link? You want the link? Give me a second. Give me a second. Isn't this crazy? This is nuts. This is nuts. They're all thieves. Oh, I did spell his name right. Copy. These are Hoyer for Congress. Hoyer for Congress. Who in the hell is Hoyer? This is ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Steny Hoyer? Okay. Why won't it? Surprisingly, the Friends of Matt Gaetz hasn't received anything. Yep. I'm just. You see where I'm going with this, guys? It's ridiculous. It really is. So really, he didn't shout a racial slur. That was kind of that out the fucking water. Because if Benny Johnson did some fucking.
How much is APAC paying you, you race traitor? Race traitor, really? Yeah.
Oh, he's throwing racial slurs?
Uncle Tom?
Hey, the United States is supporting a Jewish supremacist country.
Outside agitators aren't allowed. You're working for a foreign entity, you bastard.
He's right. He's right. If they're getting paid by these people, guess what? He's getting paid by a foreign entity. I hate to say that one protester I actually agree with. So I called up Slow Country. I said, Slow Country, I said, can you look and see if Byron Donaldson took money from APAC? He said, sure, I'll do that. And then he called me up and he proceeded to give me all the numbers. All of them. Just laid them out, one after the next after the next. I had them all written here on my desk. I had it all written down right here on my desk. I had it all right here. It was all one big smear here on my desk. I just got done wiping it up. Good thing I got one of those erasable markers and in a desk with a glass top on it so that I can do that. But you know, The fact of the matter is, you know, these guys are all pulling political stunts. All of them. They're all pulling political stunts. They're taking money from one people while going and saying, well, we need to curb this. We need to curb this. We need to curb this. Yeah, they're going to say that we need to curb this because of the fact that they're taking money from the other organization. So we got Soros paying one side of it, and we got AIPAC paying the other side of it. And guess what? The American people are stuck in the middle of it. That's not right. That's not fair. That's not the way that the system is supposed to work. You guys have manipulated and corrupted the governmental system of the United States, and you have been doing it since the 1970s. And you should be fucking ashamed of yourselves. Every single one of you. Every single one of you. Because if you're not taking money from one place, you're taking money from another. I have no respect for you. None. Whatsoever. And I think you should all be sitting in prison. Not just you governmental people, okay, but the cities that allowed this, the colleges that allowed this, and the organizations that have been paying for this all along, including George Soros, his kid, and their open society and all the other bullshit. Every one of them should be sitting in prison. Every one. Causing division in the United States, created specifically in order to create this division in order to control the populace. Every one of them. Every one of them should be in prison. Every one.
You know what's going on at the college campus is the only good thing coming out of this is, I mean, even here in New York City, we have talks of everybody voting Trump. There are no coincidences. We were meant to see everything that's going on right now. You know, this is the end result of everybody gets the trophy generation. These kids have never seen a consequence, and that shit ends today. And where's Elder in Chief and Mama? Nowhere to be found, as usual. America needs a leader and clear direction, and the only man to give that to us is Donald J. Trump. Vote like your life depends on it, because it does.
We're gonna end with that one there. Vote like your life depends on it, because it does. It does. All right, guys, I got to go get some work done. Remember, Yahuwah, he loves you. His son, Yeshua, or Yahusha, as he should be properly named, the Christ, the one who sacrificed everything for all of us. Well, he loves you too. And so do I. And I'll see you guys again tomorrow. Peace.